last time, we had a bit of an adventure in the volcano and dealt with the Fire Fiend. I believe we also dealt with the Lich the Earth Fiend earlier that same session. It kind of blurred a little bit in my brain at this point, I'll be honest with you. Point being, we are 2 out of 4 fiends down. And we know what our next goal is. Our next goal is the nearby ice cave to get the float stone. Important thing of note, after getting everyone caught up to level 16, Cook now has level 6 magic, and I've purchased for him Lightning 3. I debated getting him Quake on the off chance that the instant kill of Quake actually worked. I have not committed to that decision yet. Now, admittedly, I had intentions of getting everybody to level 17, but I did not have enough time. Because I have come to the realization that I'm at the very least a level or so behind based on the fact that we were getting level 6 spells here, and we only hit the level 4, level 6 spells after the volcano. But because you do 2 dungeons near this area, we might not actually be behind that badly as I thought we were. So maybe we're okay. I'm just a bit concerned because of how we were kind of struggle bussing occasionally. That said, considering we've managed to defeat every fiend we fought first try, I don't think we're that bad off. Like, I've been of 2 minds on that the whole time. More or less, and I really can't decide which one's true. Oh, and as far as the item shop over here goes, we're kind of okay on healing items. Got 6 houses, 11 cabins, 99 heal potions, 32 pures, 6 softs. I do think I'm gonna grab a couple more softs just in case, because I have to assume we're gonna start running into more. Oh wait, this place doesn't sell softs. Never mind. That's why I didn't grab more of them. I knew there was a reason. I hit the inn already to lock in what I've done, so don't really need to worry about that. Gear has not changed at all because we had no gear to buy. At some point, I really need to, like, sell the spares I've got laying around. In fact, let's go ahead and do that while I'm thinking about it, otherwise I'm gonna forget again, and they're just gonna sit around in my inventory. And that may make the decision for me about grabbing Quake, because we will have more money. Though, in hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have sold that silver sword, considering we're going into an ice cave with an ice sword. It's interesting that these are the same price, but the dragon sword is weaker. And get rid of the power staff, since we learned last time that the power staff does fuck all. Which leaves us with 42,000 banked. So yeah, we'll go ahead and grab Quake. On the off chance that I decide to use it. Rub does the same thing Quake does, essentially. Rub is a single target instant kill, whereas Quake is an area instant kill chance. I don't know how well either of them work. I did not look up percentages or anything. I just looked at what the listing said the spell does. And stun prevents action for a little bit. I don't know how long it lasts, which is why I'm not really that interested in that. I do think that there's a chance that Quake will do good things. Worst case, it at least is I feel like better chance of success than if I tried to use Rub. Because at least hitting multiple targets at once with Quake means it rolls on the table more than once per turn. Like, it's never going to be a better chance per target, but at least, like, if there's 5 targets, you're rolling on the table 5 times, somebody might die. Keyword to that being might. And with the way this game is, I would not be shocked at all if the percentage chance on both of them is the same. Now, I need to double check my routing here. Okay, yeah, the ice cave is just right above the volcano. And for anybody keeping score as far as the grinding goes, literally all I did was just fight in the river here and throw lightning at things, basically. So I didn't do a lot, like I had mentioned. I spent maybe an hour grinding before the session started, which got Stab and Cook up to 16 since they missed out on the end of the Fire Fiend fight due to being, you know, flattened during that fight. I'm hopeful that the Ice Sword doesn't come back to bite me, but we will find out. Worst case, Stump doesn't get to do as much as he usually does, and honestly, that might not be the worst thing. Because he's kind of been, you know, carrying the team other than when Cook blasts things. Oh, you know, I think I don't actually get to the ice cave from here, looking at the map again. I think I actually need to go out and around to that chunk on the right where that little lake is, and go in from there. Because I just looked at the pathing, and I think that's physically impossible what I'm trying to do. It's just close enough that it's like, oh yeah, I could probably squeeze through somewhere there. Good joke. I am so looking forward to having the float stone, though, so we can actually just get around instead of relying on boats. Like, technically, we're still relying on a boat, but at least it'll be a boat that flies, you know? A boat that flies is superior to any EC-bound boat any day, in my mind. There we go. Yeah, let's just check this just to see if this actually goes to where we're trying to get to, and then we will probably be on our way out. Go around. And if you're wondering if there's a specific reason why I pick the attack pattern I do when I'm attacking this set of enemies, there isn't really. I just kind of split the difference when I have my guys attacking these things, because it doesn't really matter that much, and admittedly I probably shouldn't even be burning my lightning charges at this point. Yeah, it's a dead end. Looks a little weird, but I don't think there's anything I can do with it. Means we're probably going to hit the inn anyway, because we're going to be going back past the town in order to take care of business about getting where we're trying to get to. So, it won't matter if I keep slamming spells into these guys. I do think, by the way, that the distance between my characters experience-wise did close a little bit. And I think that's because of the difference in how much each level costs. I could have swore that Stab was more than 1,000 experience behind, but he was only like 900 behind Stump when I checked. After he hit level 16. May also be that they have a variation per class, how much experience they need as well. I don't think that's true because of what I've looked at as we've played, but I don't know that for sure. Chop our way through. would help if you hit anything there, Cook. But, you know. Oh yeah, I forgot to check something, actually. Speaking of Cook. What's your strength at now, buddy? Strength 8. Holy hell, he's going crazy. He's become so powerful. Maybe going over here to the right will lead us to victory, though. He says, lying to himself and hoping that it works out anyway. And yeah, with the right, we're heading through the Caribs. I don't think we need to keep using lightning on them. It saves a turn or two, but not really the biggest deal. Except when people miss. When people miss, it starts to become annoying. Oh no, this was the way to town, so yeah. For those wondering and keeping score out there, yes, I'm going to keep getting confused by that every time, because we spend just long enough in that river that I forget where we went in. I swear my short-term memory is getting worse, which is upsetting. But not much for it aside from just to keep taking notes and making sure that I use my memory as much as I can to try to keep it from degrading. After all, if you don't use it, you lose it. So sometimes even if you use it, you lose it. But don't worry about that part. That's not what we're worried about here. No. Just to verify what I was thinking. You see, the thing that may not be making sense to people as well, looking at the map here, the darker green sections are both the rivers and the ground. Because I guess they didn't have more than one tone of blue to use. Because remember, the NES only has so much of a color palette you can use on any particular part. So they just used dark green to establish this is pathable area, probably. So that implies that there is, like, pathable area between where the volcano and the ice cave is, which we've kind of disproven that at this point. Because we were looking at the area directly above the above the volcano and there was nothing there. Unless it was that thing at the end of the weird upward pointing bit of river. And maybe I needed to use something to open that, but we also have no information on that. Welcome in, Brilliant Midnight, how you doing? You are and aren't missing anything by not having seen Final Fantasy I, honestly. It's a little bit rough. I'm doing fine so far, though. Glad you're doing fine. Just go ahead and get these centipede abominations off my screen. They are poisonous, and poison is upsetting. Oh, definitely. That is one thing I will consistently give credit for is, despite the NES's limitations, they did do well with the music, the sound, and honestly, even the visuals look good for the NES. Like, they put in a shocking amount of detail, for example, like in these centipedes, for example. That's gonna happen a lot here. I do a lot of things that end up making myself and everyone else feel old. Occasional turning to dust is expected here. Unpoison the poisoned people. That's why poison's a problem, by the way. The only real solution to it is using those pures, because you can't even get it fixed in town. The doctors in town are useless and cannot fix poison for some reason. Okay. Oh yeah, and behold the incredible map of great usefulness. I'm pretty sure there isn't a dock up here, so maybe I am barking up the wrong tree. They can bring people back to life. That is their entire purpose. Oh, you can just hop out of the boat into the... Okay, game, sure, we'll go with that. That's totally sensible, nothing wrong with what I've just done here at all, no. This game. And thanks to the joyous decision that I've made of not having a white mage on the team, they're my only way to bring people back to life. Is going to those doctors. So that's a bit of a shame. Okay, somewhere in this mess is the cave I'm looking for. The good news is, later in the game, I think I will be able to get the ability to revive. It's just much, much later than it would be if I had a dedicated healer. So, we make do. We just use the power of hit it harder to avoid needing to revive. Or at least that's what I keep telling myself as I cart corpses back to town. I think this long roundabout path up here... based on what I've been told about Final Fantasy II, it took a bit longer for it to get better. I have been told by people that know that Final Fantasy II is a bit of a nightmare. Outside of the remakes. So, you know, that's gonna be fun. Basically, they spent a bit of time stumbling and then eventually found their footing and made good things. Which is understandable. It takes a bit and you do have limitations to deal with. So, it's understandable. Because, you know, of course, 1 and 2 were the NES era, and then 3 onward, I believe, were all SNES onward. So, there is an advantage of a different system to work with, and that's true too. Game development is always trial and error. You have a lot of information to work off of from predecessors in some cases, but obviously at this point they didn't have a lot of information to work off of because there weren't that many predecessors yet. So that is worth keeping in mind when we look at things like this in hindsight. It's like, I'll rag on it left and right, but I do genuinely respect the work they did here. Because they had nothing to work with, really. Though there are definitely a fair few things in this game that I'm like, even without having a predecessor, how did you fuck this up? Like the fact that apparently a bunch of the specific weapons that are meant to hurt some monsters more than others don't work. And there are multiple spells that also don't work. They just don't do. Like, there is a spell for making your attacks stronger called Temper. It does nothing in this version of the game. Oh, absolutely. Some are wizards who make miracles, and some are wizards who have summoned this horrifying beast that they didn't intend to. I would have to assume that it did not get tested enough to find out that it didn't work. And then... and then, oops, well, nothing can be done. Because patching didn't exist back then, of course, outside of shipping new cartridges. So, once it's shipped, that's what it is. That's what the game is now. On occasion, cartridges did get printed that had different versions of games on them, I do believe, but it was not a common thing. Okay, good. Oh, no, there's the cave down there, so I did have to take the lower path. Yeah, exactly. A handful of weapons don't have their full functionality, and a couple spells don't work, but 90% of the game works, so it's like, that's shippable. Go for it. Just send it. Because I believe they were struggling at the time Final Fantasy 1 came about. I want to say I heard that story. Yeah, exactly. That's why I laugh at the people that are saying game design has gotten worse over the years because people like ship half-broken product and such. It's like, you do realize that's been the way of it, right? That there's always been cases of that. It's just more obvious now because we have more information. And obviously, there are definitely more egregious cases here and there nowadays. But at the same time, more often than not, you also know what you're signing up for. In the case of things like early access and such. Well, it's a mix of people didn't care, and a lot of people didn't know any better because games were still fairly new. Take, for example, the NES era. It was just a novelty enough to have a video game. Yeah. Like, it's a hell of a thing to think about. That's a dead end, too. Okay. So the cave must be this way. Or this is all another elaborate dead end, and I'm about to be upset. Could you imagine if this river goes, like, all the way to where that is, but stops, like, a square short? I'm expecting it, honestly. Somehow, there's just gonna be a blockage right before it, and I'm going to be so upset. Because I have no quick way back to town. Oh yeah, there are definitely some that are like, watch how mad they get. It's like I was talking about, I believe when I was playing Donkey Kong Country not too long ago, I had mentioned the fact that there had to be a certain amount of them that genuinely did design it to make people angry because it makes people talk about it. So it's a method to push word of mouth, which was a very big way to sell old product at the time, because how else were people going to hear about your product? Okay, we are in the cave, so let's not go in there yet. Let us first use one of our cabins to A, save the game, and B, heal. Yeah, I was not the greatest fan of portions of Donkey Kong Country 1. Most of the game was fine, but there were just a couple portions that I'm like, I really feel like you just made this to make people mad. Oh, speaking of things that are designed to make people mad, see these zombie-looking things? They can paralyze you, and they do it a lot, and it's very upsetting. So I'm gonna set them on fire. Yeah, I can definitely imagine. Yep, there we go. There's Stab getting paralyzed. There's Bard getting paralyzed. Thankfully, they're not very durable, especially not against fire. But it's just... it's a bit rough. Like, we have genuinely had full party paralyzed scenarios, and we have lost attempts to people getting paralyzed repeatedly to the point where you don't get to do anything. I have not been having the worst time with Hollow Knight 1, not compared to when I had originally played it many, many years back, but ooh, if you are not ready for it, Hollow Knight can be a bit of a brutal bastard, for sure. Did I forget? Hang on, I might have forgotten a thing. Sure did. There we go. I always forget to turn my activity privacy back off so I can actually have Discord properly pop the thing. Okay. Yeah, there's a whole thing happening over there, but that's a different problem. Deal with that later. Magic is useless against the wizards. Yeah, it's definitely not for everybody. And I still don't have the same love for Hollow Knight that other people do. I have more of an appreciation for it than I did 7 years ago, but it's still never going to be my favorite, I think. And oh yeah, there's definitely going to be parts where struggle is going to come into play, 100%. I know full well what I'm getting into there, but these were all things I offered up for a donathon I was doing, so we are going to get through it. It's just going to involve a bit of head versus brick wall occasionally. Oh yeah. And I've mentioned this before, I really do feel like it depends on how much of the genre you've encountered before encountering that game. Like, everyone remembers their first of something. Like, it's a big part of why the Castlevania Metroidvanias have done so much for me, for example, because those were the ones I got into the genre on. Same with actual Metroid as well. So I have a soft spot for a lot of that, even if I can acknowledge that there are issues in their design as well. But I feel like that's kind of where the line is there's a lot of cases, and this goes for a lot of games, not just Hollow Knight in particular, where people are a lot more willing to overlook problems with things the more they like something. I just cannot play ball with that. Like, I will love a game to death and tell you, hey, this bit right here, this bit is shit. I don't care how good this game is. This bit right here, this bit is shit. These are facts. Entirely fair. It definitely, like, even as someone who bought into the disdain that people had for Cyberpunk, I could see that there was potential in there. Not necessarily my thing. Hold that thought. Just gonna look at this thing that just has happened on screen before I finish that thought for a moment here, and acknowledge the fact that these things have an instant kill spell, and it worked back to back. Yeah, all I was gonna say on the Cyberpunk front was I did go along with the points people were making about it being kind of a messy launch. That was really the only point I was gonna make, because I still haven't played it myself, and I probably won't because it's not really something I'm personally interested in. And this is why we save before we go in places. Because occasionally you'll run into situations like that, where everyone dies. Well, we just got sent back a few feet. This is fine. That is the third full party wipe in all the times I've been playing this, this is session 3. So, actually, yeah, we've averaged like a party wipe a session. And I'm hoping that we don't end up with another one. But I have a feeling, with those guys being a main enemy that's going to show up in here, we're going to have a fair few more party wipes before this dungeon is over. I was warned to expect more instant death spells ahead of time. There is unfortunately just no real countering that, so it's just gonna be a bit of trial and error to survive. Or more accurately, probably if we see mages, we run for our lives. That's probably gonna be my strategy for that. As long as they're not a set spawn, which they could be. There are static encounters in this game that will always happen in certain spaces. Yeah, exactly. Okay, they're not mages, they're sorcerers this time. Let's find out how bad this is. I assume, much like the wizards, these guys are going to be highly magic resistant, so there's going to be no point in... attacking them physically. So that's what you're going to do here, huh? Mass paralysis. Love that. Thank you, Bard, for actually resisting. Could you just kindly continue to do that? Okay, one's dead. Yeah, thankfully stun only lasts for one turn. Did he actually cast a spell, or does he just have a death touch? He just has a death touch. I see. Well, guess we're walking out of here. Yep. Just gonna have to walk back to town to fix those corpses, though, because there's no way they're coming back otherwise. This is not as bad as it looks. This looks really bad, but this isn't as bad as it looks. So arguably, I should just run from this so that I don't gain a bunch of experience that the other two aren't getting. But Stump, at the very least, is ahead of everyone in experience since he 90% of the time survives everything. Bard being the only other one that usually survives everything, because he's also the only other one that can wear any real armor. Gear limitations are also a bit of a bastard in this game. Oh yeah. Like, so far, I think Bard is the only one who has never died outside of a party wipe type scenario. He somehow has just weathered everything even more than the fighter has. Though the fighter typically only dies to scenarios like we just had where people get instant killed. That or magic. Magic kind of is the bane of his existence because armor is not protection against magic. Run. Get out of there. Do not stay with the thing that can petrify you when you only have 2 people left. I do have some anti-petrification, but not if both of them get petrified. So we're doing this again, huh, game? You're gonna try to pull this funny on me again? No. Absolutely not. They love to try to spawn those zombies when I have a bunch of people dead so they can try to stun lock me to death again. I do only have one more Fire 2 charge left, which could end up being an issue. Nope, just leave it. Get out of here. That's why. Let's do a bit of healing before we keep moving. And yes, these are the only healing potions I can buy. I didn't cheap out. These are just all I can get. Doing this again, huh? Goodbye. Turn order is also inconsistent, so that's something to watch out for. Even if you go up first before the enemy, like, 6 times out of 7, that 7th time, they might go before you and just rip you apart. Kinda like that. Balanced video game design. Yeesh. Let's see. This was the way out to the open sea again. Get out of this boat, into this boat. Pretty much, yeah. They did their best both to irritate you, but also to manage to get the product done and out. That's a nope right now. Goodbye. Alright. So first we go up to the clinic. Get the people brought back to life. 400 gold for you. 400 gold for you. And they just straight up are like, you do not need my help. Get out. Okay, you just need to be put there. And then you go there. Because it automatically moves dead people and poisoned people to the bottom of the party. So you constantly have to reorganize. There we go. Now everybody's back to full health and has all their spells back. Exactly. And now the fun of buying a bunch of healing potions again, because you can only buy them one at a time. So buckle up for all this intense potion buying action that's gonna have to happen here. Just mashing as fast as I can. It'll let me know when I'm out of space for them, though I'm probably not going to worry about going all the way to full capacity based on the instant kills. It's not going to matter. There we go. I did fill up on potions, actually. Alright, back out to the open sea. And then hoping that I remember which way it is through the river maze. So after this fight, I'll take a look and see how everybody's experience looks. Huh. That's a rare one. The centipede ran away. Enemies don't do that very often in this game. He just was like, nah, I saw what happened to the 4 before, I'm out of here. I don't want it. Don't want it. Which is a shame, because these guys are actually worth, like, a lot of experience. So, let's see. You've got 8,838, 6,989, 7,641, and Cook is sad with not having reached level 17 yet. Which is particularly a shame because his spell slots are based on his level. So him being behind in level all the time is the worst case scenario, but he's also the most fragile, so it's the most likely for him to be left behind in level. It's one of those funny problems. Magicking these guys is going to be kind of pointless. Yeah, it is gonna be pointless. Just don't. I'm so tempted just to get all of these things off my screen faster and without running away. But we'll just chop through them. Even Cook's little knife can take one of these guys in one hit. There we go. But yeah, the whole Stump usually doesn't die thing is why he's called Stump. He's usually the last thing left after everything gets cut down. It doesn't hurt that he's also about as smart as a Stump, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. There we go, just keep working through it. Look, I'm disappointed that you couldn't even kill something that's like half your level. There you go, you made up for it on the second hit. You know what? No, I'm more disappointed in Bard right now because he missed. Pretty much. He's still much higher on the scale than most of the party. He will never be as disappointing overall as Stab has been. Stab has missed a good 50% of his attacks throughout the entire playthrough, so he's kind of been the butt of the joke for a lot of this. Alongside Cook, who spends, you know, a good third of his time on the floor, but Cook has made up ground now that he's gotten real spells, so he's balanced out. Stab just is perpetually in an unfortunate position because thieves just have a bad lot in this game. It's not even really his fault. He's just a dodgy class. But you know, that's on me for wanting variety. There we go. Let's just keep attacking the guy that's already poisoned so you can't poison anybody else. There we go. So in hindsight, I probably should have unpoisoned him during the fight because it wouldn't have wasted that many turns, and it saves me more time than having to open 2 menus to get stumped back in the front. Because vertically, your character position does matter, is the one at the top is the most likely to be attacked. From what I've been told. And it has borne out for the most part as the game has gone. Occasionally, it very much gets disproven. But, you know, things will sometimes be anomalies. That's just how it goes. No, it was the other way, wasn't it? Okay, you know what? I'm done with this fighting everything idea that I've been doing here. Goodbye. Please, somebody succeed in running away, please. Thank you. Yeah, because up there was the dead end. That's the other dead end, so yeah, it's the middle one. It really is funny looking at the huge hit point gulf between Stump and everyone else. That's his purpose in life, is to be a giant pool of hit points for everyone to hide behind. If only we had the equivalent of like a Might and Magic shared life spell or something, so I could just give his hit points to everyone. Oh, that would make life so much simpler. Why am I... Brain, you've done a dumb. We need to have a talk about the decision you've just made with your hands there, Brain. We were about to use a cabin, which was going to heal people anyway. Why did you use potions? Why have you done this? I mean, we could get jumped at any time on our way to the door. Case in point, the pair of ogres. Wait. Why is there a pair of regular ogres here? These are like 3 areas out of date. Why are they here? The only hit point that matters is the last one, just like the only potion that matters is when you're out of potions. There we go. Save the game again, and back in we go. Now knowing that sorcerers are also on the no-go list. If I see sorcerers, I also run for my life. Wizards are okay. Wizards are fine, it's the sorcerers that are a problem. The wizards do hit pretty hard. Unless they're hitting Stump. Nothing really hits Stump hard. Oh, Oh, and for anyone who hasn't seen it, there's another funny thing with this game in that your characters will not retarget. If something is dead before they get their turn, they will just attack the corpse and waste that turn. So dividing your attacks is actually, like, vitally important. Like, they are very good at following directions, but not very good at independent thought. They're just lashing out. Which, honestly, with what this lot goes through across this adventure, I kind of understand lashing out a bit. Stump, you attack that one because you will take one down in one go. Yes, just keep attacking him. No, not him. But you missed him, so you know that's okay. Just keep attacking the guy you won't hit or the guy you'll do 2 damage to. Either one of these choices is fine. Just not any of the other ones, please. Yeah, that was exactly the one I didn't want you to hit. That is a perfect example of not what I wanted. Because they're wizards and wizards don't like other wizards existing. This lot right here is the fun police. They heard I was having a good time. They're here to stop that. It's all professional competition if you think about it. If you stomp out all the other wizards, then you can be the best wizard that ever wizarded. Now, down here is where things get dangerous, as we've learned. I'm gonna go this way in the hopes that maybe we don't run into any instant killing enemies this time. Okay, so far, no instant death. These guys, as far as we know, don't have that because they didn't do it last time. Doesn't mean they don't have it, just means they didn't use it last time. Pretty much, yeah. Run and pray we run faster than they can attack. There we go. Well, see, that's the thing, is you will end up stagnating, but you will also still be the best, so, you know, it depends on what your angle really is there. And it absolutely will, Natra, but, you know, we make the best of it we can. Just struggling through the dungeon as usual. Everything is going the way it goes. Elite the zombie with extreme prejudice, since he will paralyze us, and we do not appreciate that. So as far as we can tell, these wraiths do also stun as well, but they seem to be less prone to doing it, so I'm not as upset with them. They are also very hard to hit, though, so that's an issue. Now they do actually do damage to Stump, though, so I have a reason not to like these things. Sounds good. But take care, whatever you gotta do. I appreciate you being here. Enjoy as I probably get obliterated again. As for those coming in late, we've already had one party wipe before the first hour has even passed, because there's a lot of instant death in here, as it turns out. So buckle up for basically gamble old times in here. Okay, this is fine. This is still not a party with instant death that we know of. And I'm gonna keep saying that we know of in the hopes of keeping that at bay so it doesn't happen. Yeah, it's essentially the verbal equivalent of knocking on wood. Good crit, Cook. Way to go, buddy. Oh, you did kill the only one that was getting targeted by somebody else who wasn't paralyzed, so, you know, consequences of our actions and everything. 2 crits in a row, look at him. He's lashing out because he's not allowed to use his magic because I'm trying to save his spells for more dangerous opponents. Oh, no. I think I know what the deal here is, and I am not happy. Well, dead. 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 Run! Dead. Wait? Now he's dead. No? He got away. He actually escaped. So what's in this box? Ah! I see, that's what I was warned about. So anyway, I guess we're gonna be walking back through this place again. Good. That's 2 party wipes in the first hour. I should probably stop counting. It's gonna get upsetting if I keep counting these. So I was warned that there was going to be a really, really nasty fight, and the only thing you were gonna get in the box right past the nasty fight was a cloth. Pretty sure that's the fight I was warned about. Considering all that was in there was cloth armor that was gonna be completely useless. And in exchange, we got deleted. Like, we only escaped that fight because Stab somehow dodged an instant death spell. Which really is his whole claim to fame, is occasionally dodging things. So, funny thing I want to point out because I said that. Notice his evade is 58. Cook's evade is actually 5 points higher. Somehow Stab dodges more, but Cook has a higher evasion rate. It's a whole thing. But I just felt like pointing that out because it's just one of those things where it's like, huh, interesting. That 5% really doesn't make as much of a difference as you would like to think it does. Burning all the ghosts. There we go. But of course, you know, we couldn't have kept getting away with walking forward for that time. Sounds good. Hope you're enjoying whatever it is you're eating. Hello, Death. Goodbye. Be gone from my screen, demons. Ha, joke's on you. You stunned the one who wasn't casting the attack spell. This is why it's handy to have 2 people that can cast the area fire spells. They thought they were going to save themselves. Joke's on them, I have 2 nukes. But you know, for this being an ice cave, we really haven't run into anything ice-based in here yet. Guess maybe it's just gonna be full of dead things. That are just preserved in the ice. Also, for those that missed it, all of those holes around the treasure are in fact holes that lead down to the floor below. So I think one of those chests might just be unreachable. At least without some means of, like, levitating over the pits or something that I do not possess. if that's even a thing. But please don't die. You're very close to death, and I do not wish for you to die right now. Yes, that right now is important, as there have been times where I may have had certain thoughts towards him in the past because of his actions. Now is not one of those times. Anyway, time to waterboard him with healing potions, because he's gonna have to just chug till the cows come home. There you go. And a few for Bard, too, because he's hurting. There you go. He'll be fine. Okay, we know that chest on the right is death. This room is also death. Hi, sorcerers. Bye, sorcerers. Thank you, Stump, for successfully running. So the only chest we can open, then, is this one. Flame Sword. Isn't that better than the Ice Sword? Attack is currently 47. Attack is now 44. So no, the Ice Sword is apparently technically better. But we can, like, hand you for you the Flame Sword. Can you use it? You cannot. Yep, you can tell it's Monday because we've disconnected from Twitch chat for a moment. Okay, you can equip the Flame Sword. How strong are you right now? 32, and then with Flame Sword you are now 35. So yeah, we'll go ahead and give Bard the Flame Sword since apparently the Ice Sword is slightly stronger. So there's an argument to be made for flipping that, because Bard mostly has fire spells, so giving him the fire sword on top of his fire spells kind of locks him into being a one-trick pony. But he also has healing, so if we're fighting something that fire doesn't work on, I can just have him heal instead. The fact that his other purpose is healing is why I have him casting all the fire spells for these undead piles at the moment, for example. So that when we get to the more significant fights where we're gonna need the in-fight healing to be effective, Bard won't be occupied doing any attacking. Trying to be as efficient as possible, essentially. That worked out well, aside from Stump getting paralyzed, but he'll get over it. He's just taking a break. He's been carrying the team this whole time, so, you know, he needs a break now and then. Seems like all those holes led to the same place, too, or at the very least they all led to a tiny one-block room like that. Ack! Thank you for escaping the stab, but I've got bad news. I don't know if we have a way back out of here. So I think after I fell down that hole, I don't know if I'm getting back out. Hey Callista, how's it going? We are currently in a death hole population, lots of things that do instant death, so, Oh, and these are damage tiles. Okay, very good. I kind of figured. They must be, like, super cold instead of lava. Oh, there's a room over here. More red bones like we found when we were down to 2 people before. I may as well just ride this out and explore. Treasure! 9,900 gold. 5,000 gold. 12,350 gold, rather. I got my digits wrong. 7,900 gold. 5,450 gold. And death! Ooh, that's exciting. Hopefully it ends up working out. Fire 3 seems like a good idea for these wolves. Yep, that worked. I'm assuming they're like frost wolves or something. Frost wolves do not in fact stand ready this time. What's in this box? 180 gold. Great. Great. I'm glad this entire room was dedicated to giving me money that I probably won't get to spend because half the party is dead. Case in point, hello, things that might kill us. Goodbye. This place is a wild ride, I gotta tell ya. Goodies? Prizes? Huh? Oh, hooray, a healing potion. I mean, I'm not that upset about getting that, but at the same time, that could have been better. Ow, the bones. Liz. Yeah, that would be a good question. Because that would add layers to what they can do if they have a mechanical eye. It depends on whether they would be layers that would actually be relevant to what you're doing or not. Well, yes, but their ability as a character still is relevant to the story you're telling. That's what I'm getting at. This might be where our little adventure here ends, depending on how much more health this frost giant has. Ooh, I should have thrown another spell at him. I thought he was gonna die there. Uh-oh. Emergency fire 2, go! Eh. Well, Cook's dead. Ah, okay. I mean, if you're already planning for them to die, does their eye matter? And people may be wondering why I'm even riding this out at this point because of the current condition we have going here. I need knowledge. The more I know about the lay of the land in here, the more I can avoid this when everyone is alive. And no more knowledge. Eh. Ah, okay, then yeah, that's going to be important. And it might depend on how far you want to go with how the mechanical eye works then, because a glass eye somebody can just pick up and put in to a certain degree. Mechanical eye may have other connotations and connections and such that would have to be made. So that's also something to consider. Depending on if it's actually, like, wired in, or if it just, like, is a type of mechanical eye that just works. Because, you know, narrative-wise, either or could work. It just depends on how you want to do it. That's also just the 2 cents of a non-writer that just likes to think things like that through sometimes. Yeah. There's angles you could take to still make a sequence like that work without changing it, but there is an element of, do you fix that to make it a little clearer? Because depending on the perspective it's being written from, you can also take it from the angle of everyone else thought it was just a glass eye. but it had other things it could do. That's always a workaround option. Hell, it could even be something that the one who owns the eye doesn't know. It's not like you can look at it very well when it's in your own head. I appreciate that. I'm good at finding workarounds for holes I put myself in. I just don't... I can't say I would always be able to work around what my party does. But I do enjoy a good bit of yes and. Like, okay, this is something that's happened. Okay, where do we take that? So you're running along this building. The building's now on fire. What do you do with that information? This part of the building is collapsing. I do have a certain fascination for just seeing how people react to situations. But that's just because I have a certain fascination for people's thought process. And I think that has come about because I've spent so much time digging through my own thought process. It's like, okay, I now need to compare this to things other people think about and do. Okay, now knowing what we do about these boxes, I do still want the flame sword, which is over here. But we have no interest in attempting to get into the other one. And we know that you want the flame sword. I think this might be a static encounter here. Because we've had more or less the same encounter both times we've walked up to this door. Like, there's a slight variation, I think, in the amount of zombies to wraiths here, but it's more or less the same. Should only need the one spell, but he might get paralyzed. What's that phrase again? Oh, right, I hate being right. Literally as I was saying it. Nope. And the only other thing I would say on the front of being a GM in my own right, I have found that I'm much better at adjusting and working with information that's presented to me rather than necessarily pulling things out of the ether. And I feel like in order to do particularly well, if at the very least if you want to write your own full plot and everything, you have to be able to pull things from the ether to a certain degree. So that path goes nowhere. We encountered multiple paths down the other end that go nowhere. Hey Jess, how's it going? As you can see, we're in the ice cave. We've already had 2 full party wipes. Actually, no, 3 now, I think, due to instant deaths, so it's been going well. And I've already found the box of fun you mentioned before that had the cloth in it. We only found out there was a cloth in it because Stab somehow avoided multiple instant deaths to run away, so Stab has won a gold star for today. Yep, and I just promptly never went back to that box ever again after that. Ow, 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 ow. Is this even worth it? Probably not. Gonna lean toward this ain't gonna be worth it. This looks really bad. Well, when in doubt, burn it to the ground. Fire 3, go. No, actually, that's not as bad as I thought. I'd only had about 200-something hit points. Oh, and the Frost Sword got passed on to Bard because it was not as strong as the Ice Sword. Or in raw damage, so I figured it was better to split it between the two of them. Oh, Ice Armor. That was somewhat worth it. And Silver Gauntlets. That's worthless, because we already have those, don't we? We sure do. That's just taking up more space. Okay, how much defense do you currently have? 58. You now have 58. But I assume that'll be better against ice if that is even a feature that works. So you know what? You may as well wear the ice armor in here. Yeah, that makes sense. Really sucks that the inventory space is so limited here. Can you wear the flame armor by chance? You cannot. So it is worthless to me. But I will hang on to it in the case that I will be able to sell it. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume you can't wear this, because I probably would have tried already, but just in case. Yep, okay. And I'm not even gonna offer it to the thief, because I know better. So let's just throw the silver gauntlets back on the floor where they belong. We'll hang on to the flame armor, since that'll at least sell for a decent amount. And of course we have to fight this. Yeah, right. Now, he's at 8 strength now. He might be able to lift it. He just wouldn't be able to lift his armors for long enough to cast a spell while wearing that. He has 8 strength now. He has half his level in strength at this point. Ow, that blizzard hurt a lot, actually. Oh, and you missed. Well, I'm so glad these happened to do 2 blizzards back to back. I'm so glad I've once again wasted my time. It's not like it matters anyway. We're invariably going to lose half this party in here again. See, being red meant they had better ice resistance, clearly. Hi, Red Bones. We were not calling for you when we were talking about how good red is. Goodbye. The good news is we're actually still fairly early in here, so we might actually be able to get out of here alive. Oh wait, no, we already fell down the hole, so no, we can't do jack diddly shit about this. Well, time for more exploring until we die, probably. Let's see, where haven't I been down here? One of these paths down here has to lead somewhere. We already were in that building here. Oh, green centipede, huh? Are you gonna run away like the other ones did? Or are you just gonna be a big sack of experience that nobody's gonna get other than the people that survive everything? And that is true. Cook has no resistance to anything. That's why he's an alcoholic. Okay, Bard is now level 18. Good for you, Bard. The benefits of being the lone survivor of a previous incident. So what you're saying is he's just playing dead all the time. He doesn't want to get hurt, so he just falls over ahead of time. He's just doing a great job of selling the fact that he got hurt, so they just go for it. And we're dead. Oh, wait, they only attacked Stump. They didn't... Never mind. Anyway, we're back up here again. Yeah, there was 4 of them guarding the cloth armor chest, which is why I've disavowed any knowledge of that box. Now, they're casting the proper rub spell. They're casting death. It's the sorcerers that have a chance of death on attack, which are also in here. You get both at once, because game design. I haven't seen them stone anybody yet. They're too busy killing everyone to stone anybody. Unless you mean the cockatrices, which, yeah, that is what cockatrices do. Which is why they either get obliterated on sight or I run away like I did there. Because it's just not worth dealing with them. Speaking of not worth it, thanks for not managing to run from these guys there, boys. Really appreciate you doing a terrible job of escaping this combat. At this rate, I should have just killed them. But I was trying to expedite things. Yeah, it really is a hell of a thing. But you can kind of form it as, like, magic-enhanced physical attacks as an excuse for it, but it's still not a great excuse for it. Like, they're just wizards who got swole using magic instead of... Yeah, those are the sorcerers. With their magic death touch. This is going well. This has already caused a certain amount of combat apathy. Just because of how pointless it is to a certain degree in here. It's like, oh yeah, I could do a great job preparing and do all this good stuff, gaining experience against all these other fights, and then the party gets instant wiped by a bunch of mages. So it's like, meh, I'll just do extra grinding after I'm done here. Oh yeah, no, this place must be where speedruns go to die. Like, it probably is predominantly indicated by just how lucky you are running away. Like how often you manage to roll well enough to go first and then roll to escape, basically, would be what determines it. At least that's how I would look at it. You know, a thought occurs to me. What if the way I'm going over here on the left is just a dead end? Like it's all an elaborate dead end. Like, that just occurred to me as I'm going back down here for the 5th time. But no, it connects up to the other side, so no, I think that is just a loop there. Unless these holes lead to different places, which I don't think they do, but I have dropped back down the same hole every time, so maybe I should check a different pit. Just in case. Cook, please. Don't die in the first round of combat, please. That would be gravely inconvenient to me. Yeah, that sounds about right. Is they definitely hit us with like 3 rounds of trance earlier before starting to instant kill people. Because we had almost won that at combat, and then they started doing the death touches. His Bard was for some reason resisting the trance a bunch. Guys, it's just one Wraith. Kill it. God. Thank you, Cook. That I could definitely believe. Anyway, back to this intense healing potion action. I'm gonna deal these out like I'm setting up a poker game. There we go. Just go as fast as I can and don't miss anybody. No joy. More of this. No more toying around with them, just obliterate them. Yeah, I can imagine, because it removes the need to be constantly purchasing healing. Now, if only they put it anywhere reasonable. Oh, wait. Why would they do a thing like that? What's that? You think they wanted people to have fun with this game? Good joke. Yeah, as you can see, I got rid of the mascot dragon sword and the power staff. I got tired of seeing them in the inventory all the time. Yeah, there is that, yeah. I suppose you'd still need the potions for travel, and yeah, it all leads to the same place. Okay. That at least verifies that out. Which means this has to go somewhere. At least theoretically. Hey there, Mori. We're just trying to get through the game the first time ever, pretty much. No rando or anything. This is already going painfully enough. So I suppose with a randomizer, there'd be a chance I could random away having sorcerers and mages existing in this world at all, which would be a positive. What are you doing, Mori? Yeah, I can imagine. Maybe this is the right way. Yeah, we're just having a grand time trying to get through the ice cave right now. I've seen a little bit of how the rando for this goes, and it does seem good. I'm just hard-pressed to have positive feelings towards this game after the incident involving in the poison area and now the instant death in here. It really is hard to be motivated to be interested in replaying a game. Yes, I did mention that there was more than one fusion randomizer. At least as far as I could tell there was. Excellent. Glad you were having a good time with it. I learned recently that there's a randomizer for Shadow Tower, for those that know what that is. I'm very interested in giving that a spin sometime. I just gotta find an opening in the schedule to properly try that. Okay. Yeah, being busy will definitely slow something like that down. It's interesting that they're that different, considering the way Fusion's constructed. I'm kind of surprised that they could be too different. Okay, this was also a dead end. Joyous day. I also need to make a decision as to whether I go back to where the ice dragons were. Hi, sorcerers. Bye, sorcerers. I was never here. Goodbye. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they get put in the pool, which is interesting. This is just the money room. I'm not interested in that. Eep. Run away now. Thank you. Okay, yeah, there's the stairs. This is fine. Everything is fine. No one needs to panic yet. Oh yeah, that's always good fun the first few times. You got a nothing. Oh. That could have been something, but it wasn't. The good news is it doesn't seed very often with the nothing spots, at least not in my experience, but that you definitely can just get nothing. I think I already missed the area where the ice armor was that we found before, and you know what? That's fine. 10,000. Yeah. Which, personally, I don't tend to ever do that. But it is a way to, like, force yourself to use different things if that's an angle you want to take. I keep meaning to look more at Zero Mission as well, as far as randomizers go. I've done one with it, and then I've just never touched it again. Yeah, being able to temporarily turn them off would be nice. Because you really have to do some input juggle to avoid breaking certain things, depending on how you want to go through them. What's in this room? Is it death? It's just... oh no, it's not just a hole. There is stuff. Money. Tent. Death! Oh, that's not that bad. That could have been worse. That could have been significantly worse. Oh, Stab's asleep. That's... oh, and never mind, he is stone now. They decided to upgrade his sleep to stone. Way to go, guys. Appreciate that. I didn't even realize the mummies could put people to sleep, because they usually died so quickly that they never got a chance to do that. He sure is. I suppose I could do something. Oh, no, I can't use a soft during combat, can I? Nope, sure can't. Well, that's a shame for you, bud. You're just gonna have to make do with the pigeons pooping on you until we finish this fight. Let me make sure I divided these attacks properly. There you go. I don't even have it, so it doesn't matter. Ice shield. Okay. Like, the only way out of being petrified I have are those softs. Since, remember, Red Mage can't learn half of the helpful things. And I'm not even sure that that was at a level I could get anyway. Oh, now my inventory moved around. Because I picked up a tent. So now I have to find the heal potions in my inventory again. That'll do. Ice shield. Is this even gonna be worth anything? 58. Okay. I assume that'll just give slight better protection against ice, if that even functions. So you know what? May as well. Let's not dive down the hole, let's use the stairs. Find out how wrong an idea that is. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I was afraid of that, but I didn't know. This one right here that's seriously considering whether throwing this game out is a good idea or not. Uh-huh, and also a lot of wasted time. I'm now debating whether to go back to town before I bother going back in there, so I can at least clear up some space. But I don't really think there's gonna be much point to it, because I don't really want to give up the flame shield since they have the same protection. Speaking of, can anybody else even use the flame shield? Probably not, but for sake of argument. Yep. I'm willing to bet they can only use bucklers, but just in case one of these is a weird exception, nope. And just for completeness, beep, there you go. Because I did already restore my spells. I could go buy more healing potions, because we did already go through half of them. But then it makes the fact that I got my spells back pointless. Let's just go back in. Not worth my time. Get off my screen. But now that I know that the mummies also put people to sleep, I really just have to point out that this dungeon's miserable. You've got things that can put you to sleep, you've got things that can stun you, you've got things that can petrify you, and you've got things that can instant kill you in here. Did they not at all consider that they may have overstacked this area just a little bit? Like, I thought having piles of poison and paralysis in one place was bad, but this is just worse. This is worse in quite literally every way, especially since you have that way that sends you back to the beginning. Though, I'll grant them this. Having a shortcut back to the beginning there is actually not as mean as it sounds, because it does give you an escape route if everybody else gets killed. Yes, it was a tutorial on how much they enjoy twisting your balls, yes. Now they broke the vice out. Oh, absolutely. They had to have known what they did with that, because everyone at a glance would assume the stairs is the correct way. But if you think about it, the stairs going up and the hole going down also makes perfect sense, but it adds that extra layer of you have to think about it for a second rather than just going for it. After you think about it a bit, yeah. Problem is, you have no way of differentiating stairs that go up or down, and that's where it's kind of an issue. If the stairs had differentiation, then it would be easy to tell, oh yeah, that takes you back up. So there would be no debate there. But stairs are just stairs, so it's like, okay, you have to gamble, essentially, there. And it's not like you can even check the stairs and then go back. You can't. Well, technically you can, but you're gonna be burning another half hour of your life, almost. And I'm exaggerating when I say half an hour, but it could easily end up that way if you get killed too many times trying to get back down. Actually, I say that. No, there are differences between the stairs. I take that back. Though, the differences are a bit of a lie anyway, because these both look as if they go the same direction, but they don't. Because you've got stairs that look like that, and then you've got stairs that look like the ones we just had. But it doesn't matter, though. They both look as if they go down, but one goes down, one goes up. So it's all still a load of shit anyway. It just doesn't matter. Like, I was doubting it as I said it, but they all just kind of ran together in my brain. Because you don't stare at the stair sprites as you're running through these places. You just want to get through the hellhole before something kills you again. And you know, it stops really registering after the 4th or 5th time you're walking down there. This entire party's on borrowed time anyway. At any point, a sorcerer will pop up and just poke one of them, and then they'll explode. On the bright side, at least I don't have to go get the flame sword again. And this does give me another opportunity, if I want to go get the ice armor. Does mean I have to fight this bunch again, though, because it's a static encounter. But at least 1 fire 2 from either of them cleans out the majority of this, so it's not the biggest deal to deal with this bunch again. Yeah.
Run away!
Exactly. Now there's Bard hitting level 18. Did you actually get your next spell level from that? Nope. You ain't seeing level 6 for a bit, probably. Yeah, that's where the ice armor is, over here. And okay, we lucked out and got 1 dragon this time. I need to make a decision after this fight whether I care enough to grab the other thing. The fucked up part being, I've already forgotten what was in the other box. Good crit. Oh, there's the blizzard, though. Oh yeah, the silver gauntlets that do nothing. So yeah, I'm not opening that box again. Yeah. Well, that's why I forgot, is because it wasn't anything important, which is why I was already leaning not opening it again. I just had doubt. Until you mentioned that, and it's like, yep, that's where that was. I remember now. So we'll just open this box and get the hell out of here. Not even sure if it matters to have the ice armor, honestly, but I have it. And we may as well swap for it since it is the same defensive values. Just in case that actually does work. Does mean we don't have any room to carry any more armor if I want to keep the flame in gear as well, which, again, depends on whether that even works. Which, I'll ask you outright, actually, Jess. Does the elemental armor matter? Does it even do anything? Okay. Fair enough. I wasn't sure if that was something you knew or not. Which, if anyone knows for sure, you are more than welcome to answer that one. Because things like that are fair game, because it's not like I'm gonna learn it any other way. So I'm not about to test it by having somebody get hit with a fire spell while wearing fire armor and hit by an ice spell while wearing ice armor. I'm not that interested. This game already puts me through enough. I don't need to put myself through extra. I already opened these, right? Yeah. Okay, so it does actually work. Though they protect against their opposites. Okay. So I should actually put the flame armor back on, not the ice armor. Considering the predominant damage in here is ice. It makes sense, because the flame is heat, so heat is going to protect you from the cold. What I can do, though, is have both, like a flame armor and an ice shield, and then have some protection from both. Rather than committing fully to protection from either. Assuming the shield works. Now remember, those stairs are a lie, but they do point up. I'll give them credit for that. The stairs do actually point up. So they did actually try to hint you about that. I'm less upset about that, but at the same time, yep, that's kind of what I assumed was going to happen, is that this leads me here, which this must be the float stone that... Hi, Mr. I. I see what they intend for me to do now, and I am unhappy with what I've learned, but we will make the best of it that we can. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and assume this is gonna be another case of physical damage is gonna be... Ooh. There we go, he just died immediately. Thank you, Stomp. Way to go, buddy. Yep, floater. Which means all these holes are gonna take me back to the same place, and they're gonna expect me to walk all the way back to the other thing. Realistically, I probably should have stayed there and fought him a few more times, but I just want out of here. I want to leave. Because at the rate my luck's been going today, he would suddenly start doing much better the second go around, and I would get party wiped somehow and have to walk all the way through here again. And I'm already so over this place. There you go, there's Stump hitting level 18. This is why I'm over this place. Thank you for surviving that, Bard. I'm so glad you didn't get instant death right before we ran away from that. Oh, gentlemen, goodbye. Like, I don't need to run from these guys, but I'm just so over this. Yeah, it's kind of what I figured, is that he, as you mentioned, he's a glass cannon, so he probably would hit like a house if he actually hit somebody that he could hurt. On the bright side, walking back through here isn't that long from the pit portion. It's just... oh, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Thank you. I was really concerned about nobody managing to run there. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if every other thing in the game going forward has an instant kill. Just because that's how this seems to be. We're gonna go ahead and use the tent for the extra save. Literally doing it already. The odds of us dying on our way back out of here aren't very high, but it could happen. It's mildly insulting that the thing they sicked on us on our way out of here was imps. I need to get back to the open sea. Which I don't think there's any reason to go back to the town we were at. I think I just need to go back to the Dwarf Land, because I think that's where they will upgrade the ship. But I don't remember that for certain. Because I don't recall it being explicitly stated where the floatstone would get used to upgrade the airship. It was mentioned in a couple of places that it could be done. I just don't recall them saying where it gets done. I apparently didn't write that down. How bad off do you have to be to die on your way out of the ice cave? Everything outside of the ice cave is so much less of a problem than the ice cave itself. Like, I'd rather fight 100 Hydras than anything that's in the ice cave. Like, that's not to demean anybody that has died on their way back. I'm just confused. Like, you would have to either be really hurt on the way back or really unlucky. I would have to assume so, because there's just no other way. We'll stop back off in town over here anyway, just to get a bit of extra certainty. Also check in with people here and make sure that if there is any dialogue oh yeah! Something we learned. Nope. Button. Something we learned is we can just touch rivers with the boat, and for some reason that counts as docking. Because you just switch to the other boat, and is that intended? I feel like that isn't intended. But it doesn't make any sense. I mean, it does to a certain degree, because you could park a boat and then take the smaller boat from the boat to the shore. Because that is a thing boats have done. Like, that is very much a thing large ships have done in order to make landings for all of time, pretty much, ever since larger ships existed, but it just feels weird with the way it looks in this game when you do it. Considering you're not going from ship to shore, you're going from ship to river. Just feels weird. Anyway, back to intense healing potion purchasing action for a moment here. And since we have the money for it, we'll see about grabbing any kind of, like, level 6 white magic for Bard on our way out of here. Since it's only 20,000 for level 6 magic. Remember when things were entirely too expensive, just like a town ago? I remember. I do not remember it fondly. But I'm very happy I'm not in constant money issues anymore. Like, we are just buried in money, and I'm sure that's gonna change again when we start seeing new equipment. It will suddenly be all of my money again. Exactly. There is no afford, there is only buy. Wait, what? That sentence doesn't make sense. Exactly. On the bright side, less than 2 hours to get through the ice cave, so it could have been worse. It could have been better because we were already more than halfway through there, literally the first time or two we went in there, but you know, can't have everything. If I could have everything, I would have finished this game in probably last time. And I do really feel like things are going to speed up immensely once we actually have the ability to fly. I have to assume that there's going to be a catch to that, too. I would believe that. Because I have to assume that there are also ways around instant death to at least some degree. And, you know, there's also the world in which you actually start being able to revive people a little more consistently as well. Which, if I had had a white mage, I could have gotten through Ice Cave a bit better, because, again, reviving would have at least been somewhat possible. That's kind of what I was figuring, yeah, is that there would have to be gear that stops instant death. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not consistent, but it would at least, like, reduce your odds, probably. Okay, so there's a soft spell. There's also invisibility 2, fog 2, and exit. Does exit do what it implies it does, and can you learn it? Nope, he can't learn that yet. He's gotta wait till later to learn that. In fact, he cannot learn any of these spells. None of these spells are available to a red mage. So this menu is pointless to me. Joyous day. Oh, that's the loophole. I could teach you Lightning 3, at least. Nope, you can't learn that either. Never mind. We might have hit the cap of Bard's usefulness until he gets better at his job. Lady, could you just... Lady, this ain't it. You have chosen to really impede my progress here. And you should thank your lucky stars that I don't have the ability to throw you in the river. I'm just gonna leave town. No, I can't leave town any other way. She is literally blocking the only way out of town. Lady, if you're that desperate for a date, let me tell you, you'd be better off dating the trees than this bunch. I also didn't even touch the inn on the way out because I was too aggravated by her blocking the path for so long. I swear. I have to wonder if there's something in the code where they will, like, actively get in your way more if you're pushing them. Because I could believe that. Like, if you're pushing them, they'll go the direction you're pushing them in. You know, I also forgot to talk to anybody in that town. Oh, god damn it. That's also where the Circle of Stupid Wizards is. I'm gonna keep calling it the Circle of Stupid Wizards as well, because they sit around in a circle and do fuck all. There are other more colorful descriptions of it that I could use as well, but let's not go there right now. Yeah, you lot. Apparently, yeah. Yep, you've said that before. Yep. Yep. Pretty sure you're not gonna do anything useful. And you're also out of date because I've killed those two fiends already. Why did I bother to come back to talk to you idiots again? This world needs nursing homes. If for nothing else but to put these senile old fools in. Completely useless. Don't know why I bothered to turn around and come back there. Made the mistake of thinking, oh yeah, there are a bunch of wizards. Maybe they'll make my airship with magic. Stuck to my original thought of just going to the dwarves because they know what they're doing sometimes. What is with these sharks and just hanging out at every place I dock? Like, I don't understand why they keep thinking this is a good idea. And it's every time I'm actively, like, leaving the area, too. It's not just every time I dock and go somewhere. Because we've docked and undocked a bunch of times at this point, and they don't bother me. The second I'm gonna go distance, though, they pop up immediately. Like, don't go! Stay here! No. Leaving. Does that go anywhere? No, I don't think that goes anywhere relevant. Yeah. There's a handful of sprites in the game, and some of them are different, and most of them are not. I guess we'll stop off here at Elfland in case they say something useful. Yeah, good for you. I'm glad your prince is awake. Unless you do something useful, I might put him back to sleep myself, though not exactly in the same way that the other one did. I was thinking vigorous stabbing, but yeah, that would work too. In the desert south of the crescent, something is emerging from below the sand. Use the floater. Very good. Is the floater not the same as the the thing that was mentioned to upgrade the airship. Is that where I'm going wrong? Possibly. You're right, there is nothing here, but I'm gonna talk to this idiot anyway. Okay, yes, I was on the wrong track then, so I just need to go straight to the desert then. Legend says an airship is buried somewhere. This is why we talk to people. Except that guy. Talking to him doesn't help anybody. Or that guy. He doesn't say anything useful either. I'm going back here to these shops back here, though, in case I forgot any useful spells here. No. No, I didn't. Aha! I can see a cave above the crescent. To the north of the volcano, there you will find the floater. Yeah, I knew that already. Swords and armor made of silver are very powerful. Way to go, bud. Did you not notice the fact that we're all decked out in silver? Or did the light shining off all the silver blind you to the facts in front of your face? Yeah, we already have all that too. Okay. So I guess to the north it is, then. It sure does. It is littered with death. But at the same time, funnily enough, he told me the correct direction, potentially, because further north is where we use the floater as well, because I'm assuming when they refer to a thing in the desert, they mean the giant desert up there. So didn't we not find a dock there? So doesn't make sense either. Or were there rivers there that I could use, and that's what I'm forgetting? Yeah, that's the problem I just realized. I guess then maybe I have to go to the other island? Instructions unclear. It's based on the information we have now. Unless the airship is buried somewhere on the landmass we're on right now, I would need to go to one of those two landmasses to get the airship. Because they're saying that an airship was buried somewhere. This is all greatly inconvenient. Tell you what, we'll go consult with the dwarves anyway. Maybe they'll say something useful, maybe they won't. And failing that, we'll go elsewhere. Sounds good. Best of luck with the checkup. We are quickly going to take a pause here since the ads are going to run anyway. And I will get up and refill my water and everything. I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, the ads are still running, but I'm gonna finish sailing to the dwarf town at the very least. Because nobody's gonna miss anything on that trip anyway. And of course, having the canoe means we don't need to use the canal anymore, necessarily. We do still have to walk from here, though. Oh no, an asp! Real shame about what's gonna happen to him. I was about to say he's gonna poison Cook, that's what's gonna happen. Since he got an attack off, and it would have genuinely been funny if that happened. Even if it would have been annoying. At least would have been amusing. And now they've sent 2 of them. Oh no. Twice the asps for twice the time spent. Wow, Cook critically hit it and still didn't kill it. So I think the asps have 60 hit points. There's one of the hits that killed did like 61, and then Cook did 54 and didn't kill them. Hooray! Yeah, I did meet Smith the blacksmith. Yep, the bracelet will protect like armor. Old Nerrick is a very respectable dwarf. Very good for him. Oh, did you see that canal? Old Nerrick truly is great indeed. He wouldn't have been able to do it without my dynamite. Aha, there we go. I'm looking for the floater. I bet with that I could float anything. I have the floater. But I have the floater. Dwarves can see in the dark. Good for you. Yep, we knew about the treasury with the TNT. So, you're looking for the floater that I have. Maybe it's just me, but you would think the guy who's looking for the floater, talking about making anything float with it, would have been the guy to bring the thing to make something happen. Well, what do I know, right? Anybody down here? No, this was just boxes we cleaned out already. And the guy that was down here left after we gave him the dynamite. We've learned nothing of use here. We already knew everything that they told us so far. How about you? The Earth is reviving thanks to you, Light Warriors. Yep, that is what our job is, and we still don't have the adamant for you. Alright, I guess there's nothing to do here, because this guy will not react to me having the floater. Maybe I need to, like, stand in front of him and wave the floater in his face or something.
Kill them all.
Tempting at this rate. Honestly tempting. Considering that an entire town of dwarves is useless, I'm seriously considering it. Presumably a lot of trial and error. And a lot of patience. So one of two things has to be true then, since apparently the dwarf that wanted the floater doesn't take the floater. Either there has to be another place where I get the airship from here, like I was talking about before, or there is somewhere I can reach up there. somewhere. Even though I swear we had circled around basically the entire area before. Aside from a spot you had told me to avoid. But you know, lacking for better ideas, we could always go there. Let's do the typical strategy of check both land masses just in case. Because my best theory is either the canoe is used on one of those two islands up there, or that spot I passed that we could randomly canoe down that didn't have a dot on the map on it is where the airship is. Which is entirely possible, but I'm hoping that that's not the case, because I'd really rather not deal with that. Though it does make me wonder why that's a spot you could canoe into to begin with. So you've chosen death. C. These guys are worth slightly more money than the Saugons, and that's the main reason they're dying right now. Well, I have lots of money. At some point I'm gonna have to spend it, so I would rather have more. Okay, we're almost to the lands. Because unfortunately the rivers aren't marked on the map, I can't be like, oh yeah, there's a river there I can clearly go use. Well, they're sort of marked, but they're not really marked. And obviously, if I'd been playing this all in one go, I would remember what I found when I was up here before, but it's been a week, so I obviously don't remember shit. So, that's why we're back up here doing this exact same thing again. Oh, wait. Wait. There's a lake. Can I get to it? That's the important question. Is it connected to the outside of the landmass at all? That's the all-important question. There's like an entry here. Did I see anything on the map indicating that? Potentially. It does keep going down this way. But it looks like it doesn't actually ever make it out, so I think this might be a dead end at the moment still. Because we were already around on the other side. So I think this landmass is still a dead end. Unless we can, like, get out on one of those little islands or something. But I'm pretty sure that's not the case either. I greatly dislike the fact that that place is full of holes, though. That makes me really think you're gonna be doing a lot of hopping up and down through those. And it's gonna be very inconvenient the entire way. And I assume that it's gonna be relevant to dealing with whatever's going on this landmass here. Okay, yeah, we can enter through here. Except that just goes to... Actually, no. I can go to the castle this way. And this is the same enemies we were fighting already, so we might be onto something here. I am going to, for obvious reasons, save before we enter that castle, though, in case it's not a friendly castle. Because unfortunately those castle sprites have been used for friendly and enemy castles, so we could really go either way with that one. Okay, fire is not effective against these things, which they are enemies we encountered in the water, so it's not shocking. Don't kill Bard, come on. Don't be that way. The fact that everything here is still alive upsets me greatly. Do us all a favor and kill. See previous statement. Kill! Good God, why does this thing still have health left? After everything it did. There we go. Or, more accurately, everything we did to it. Yes, yes, the poison. No. Here you go, you crybabies. Your tummy ache is solved. Go ahead and just use the good heal. That'll get them good enough. It's admittedly mildly a waste to have done that, because we didn't use up that many spell slots, but still. Possession of the crown is required to test your courage. Take it to the royal throne and bring back proof of your courage. Good luck! Okay. Gonna assume that's the throne in question there. Let's see if there's anything else here. We do have the crown. This seems like a really bad idea. Like, whatever is at that throne is probably bad news for us, but you know what? We may as well give it a shot. You what? Teleporter maze, huh? Okay. Understood. That was the wrong way. Zombles. Gonna go out on a limb and assume I should just set these on fire. So they got something on the order of like 400-ish hit points, somewhere in that vicinity. That's not horrendous, but that's not great. Okay, closer to 300. Worth a good amount of experience, though. And they're not terrible to deal with, considering Fire 2s were doing decently there. Okay, I think I tried up first. Yeah. Eeny, meeny, miny, that one. Okay, that took me back a step, but it didn't send me, like, back. Enjoy the music restarting every time I do this, by the way. One Zomble. Perish, demon. Athetos say kill. Yeah, basically 300 hit points, because he took 220 and then 80 and then he died. So, he's either at 300 hit points or slightly under that. This one's not lined up with the other one, so I'm taking this one. I think I was correct. This looks important. He's... Mud Golem. Okay, that's not that bad. At least it doesn't seem like it would be that bad. You can cast Cure 3, that's worth keeping in mind. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume physical damage isn't gonna be great against him, but we're gonna go for it anyway. Oof. You know, invisibility might be a better idea than fast, actually. No, he actually took reasonable physical damage, and he's dead. Never mind. Actually, wasn't worth that much experience either. Can't hold anymore. So that must be armor in there, then. These caps are only worth, like, 1 armor. I'm actually gonna drop a cap. Even though hanging on to these doesn't seem that valuable. Zeus gloves, you say? Don't suppose you can wear them for some dumb reason. Nope, of course not. Time for the classic. Can anybody else wear these? For fun. Nope, nobody else can wear them. Okay. So, Stump, you've got 58 absorb right now. If you put on the Zeus gauntlets, you get... He can't wear it either? I might have gotten something I'm not supposed to have yet. Well, you just kind of hang on to those for now, I guess, and we'll figure that out later. Nobody can wear them. Huh. Sure what to do with that information yet. I know what to do with this information. Goodbye! Goodbye! I know what that means. What does this heal? 120. Not exactly impressive, but considering your other heals do 30, that's not bad. I'm gonna go the longest way possible here and see what we find. That's a lot of mummies. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume WZ mummy is a wizard mummy. We're gonna have you focus on killing that. Go after that too. Everybody else just burn the mummies. Oh wow, the wizard mummy did not have as much health as I thought. I assumed even though it was a wizard mummy, it would have more health than the regular ones. Maybe it did, it just didn't have enough more. Assuming since this is a far away teleporter, this might be the one that goes forward. Nope, that went way backward. Okay, very good. It was up and then up again. No, it wasn't. It was down then up. Which means my entire theory before was incorrect because I was running on bad information. Way to go, me. I love when I am incorrect for multiple reasons. Because it was down and then down. I thought it was up and then down. So the entire logic I made that decision based on was just completely false. Oh boy. I love when I lie to myself. But, you know, I suppose in some ways it's preferable to other people lying to me. So it's not like people will just go out on the internet and lie, right? That'd be weird. Okay, everybody other than Cook is actually a little bit closer than they were in terms of experience, so there's that at least. I have the sneaking suspicion I'm not supposed to be here. Okay, that just sends me back here. I kind of figured, but I wanted to check in case that actually sent me somewhere useful else. Because sometimes they like to hide extra goodies in these teleport mazes. You have to, like, take weird paths to get the... Hi, Mancat. I've met many of you on the internet. Though usually with less snarling involved. How about we just hit you with Fire 3, because you seem like you might be a problem. Ooh, Fire 2 is doing very impressive. Oh, that's why. They do Fire 2 themselves. Oh, that's not good. That means Fire 3 is probably not going to be great either. Yeah, this is a yikes. This right here, this is a yikes. Three out of 4 of them cast Fire 2 immediately. Oh boy. Position heal thyself before you die, please. So how about that Ice 2 instead? Oh, and you cast Slow as well, huh? Wait, Lost Intelligence? Why would Slow make you lose intelligence? That's the wrong kind of slow. Okay, Ice didn't do much either. But it did kill the one nobody was targeting, so, you know, sometimes we take those. There's also one that hadn't acted yet, so that worked out. Please kill it. Somebody kill it. Anybody kill it. Thank you. It seemed like a better risk to have everybody just go for it to try to get rid of it before it could kill anybody than it was to try to heal and risk somebody just getting bodied right after the heal went through. Sorry if you don't like this noise, I don't either, but unfortunately this is the only thing I can do. There we go. About 200 should be good enough for the moment. This has not been horrendous in here, just a little rough. Let's try across from where the golem was. We'll start doing these in order. Okay, that put me back here, so that was not it. Hope you like this hallway, because we're gonna be here a bit. Oh, these were bad before. Nope, nope. They're all gonna cast fire at me, and it's gonna hurt. I wanna leave. Goodbye. Okay, so it's one of those two pedestals below here. Medusa, how about we just don't, huh? How about I just compliment you on your nice hair and we leave? Goodbye. Even further back. Okay. Anybody else getting tired of the teleport animation? Because boy, am I getting tired of it. And if you've lost track of where we are and where we've been, don't worry, I'm getting there too. But I currently, for the next few minutes at the very least, have a mental map of where we are and where we've been. We'll see how long that lasts. Okay, so we tried the upper one. Let's try this one now, because it's the only other one left. Aha, the stairs. Okay, we've made progress. More man cats, huh? I am not interested in what you're selling. Goodbye. Judging from how the room up ahead looks, how about we heal the rest of the way before we go in there? That looks like it'll be vaguely important. I'm starting to learn this game's signals a little bit. 2 nightmares. Okay. I don't like that. I don't like the sound of that at all. Just stab them a lot. And you hit him with lightning 3. Okay, that wasn't the worst. That did decent work. Snorting, huh? Okay, you do darkness. That's absolutely fine. Okay, they're not that bad. They're not that bad at all unless they have another move, which they might. But they're not going to get to find out, hopefully. No, you did miss. Despite the fact that blind supposedly doesn't do anything. There we go. Assuming the chest is guarded. No, it isn't. You found heal staff. Okay. Also, this is gonna be the nightmares again. I don't know why I walked back on this tile. I should know better, but I did it. That said, now that we know how much health they have, I'll just have them wail on them and we should be perfectly fine here. Down. Hook swings at nothing. At least we save on magic this way. Good crit, good crit. 1 damage, way to go, Cook. The nightmare has survived. The way they have that sprite looking, it almost looks like it's got more of like an anteater face going instead of a horse face. And now it's dead. Ooh, triple chest. Can't hold anymore. Ice sword. And can't hold anymore. So 2 pieces of armor and another ice sword, huh? Okay. I'm assuming the heal staff is the usable heal that we were told about. And we're obviously gonna give you the ice sword, but before we do that, can you for some reason use it? No, you can't. Of course not. As cool as the flame sword is, I think we did establish that the ice sword hits slightly harder. So we're probably gonna go with that. And we're gonna have Bard carry the heal staff because he is the healer of the team. And I presume he can target who he heals with the heal staff. If he can't, that's going to be mildly disappointing, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. At least we did find the healing staff, so we've got that to go by. Oh yeah, armor needs to be thrown away. This is getting more and more complicated to make space for. See, the problem is I want to keep those backups for Stump to use. Let's throw the other cap away because they're only one armor. Okay, gold armor for Cook. That's very good information, actually. So, Cook, you have currently got Absorb 16. Give you this, assuming you can wear it, which you can. You now have Absorb 25. You went up 9 armor, and that also gives me something to throw away, because we don't need the silver bracelet unless somebody else can, for some reason, wear it. The main one being Stab, who might potentially benefit from it. Oh, he can wear it. 18 Absorb versus the wooden armor, which was 7 Absorb. See, if I'd known he could wear goddamn bracelets, I would have put one on him a long time ago. But I assumed that was a mage-only thing, because that made sense in my head. Well, hell. And iron gauntlets, huh? There had to be a dud in here somewhere, eh? And for shits and giggles, I figured I'd try. Just go ahead and throw those away. So most of the party came out a bit better from that. This place is really good for us so far. I'm glad I wandered in here. You're getting a little low on spells. Just hit one of these guys with a regular fire. Just somebody. And that mummy in particular just goes down. Most of the mummies should burn here. Yeah, the wise wizard, wizened mummy is still alive. There we go. Moving right along, more treasure! 7,000 gold. 1,000 gold. House. And empty. Could you imagine if you just found a house in a box? I guess this was the whole thing, huh? Tail? Tail? Her? Oh, it stinks. Throw it over. No, don't do that. Okay. And a pair of zombie dragons. I think we may have found the thing that's gonna be an issue here, huh? Oh. Nothing for it but to blast them. This is why I always hang on to some magic. Fire 3, go! 155 on a crit, huh? Okay, one's dead. And that was a lot of damage to the other one. And they're both dead. That was not that bad at all. And I assume this will send me back to the other throne. Yep, very good. It also made a specific noise, so I'm assuming that was everything we do here. I don't know why I have this tail, but I have it now, I guess. We also got some goodies that we can't do much with. Well, specifically a goodie we can't do anything with. This is the advantage of just kind of randomly poking your nose around, though, is if I was only going to where I needed to go, I never would have found that, probably. Because I'm assuming I don't need that place, but maybe I do because the tail item might be required for something? I don't know. Like, in case anybody's thinking that I am purposely bumbling and stumbling to cover for the fact that I know things, I do not, in fact, know any of them. Genuinely. Is there a town near here? More accurately, is there anything near here? It doesn't look like it. I'm pretty sure, unless this is my only ingress into this landmass, that I'd be better off getting back in my boat. Oh, hey, there's Catman to go with the Man-Cat. As well as Saber Tees, which I'm assuming are Saber Tigers. Let's just focus Catman down. Okay, that's the end of that. These don't seem terrible. Here we go. Let's get back in the boat, follow the water here for a moment, see if we find anywhere else to land. Nope. Do I bank on that area? Hang on. Let me open the map again to explain what I'm talking about. Do I bank on that little bit where the L shape is in the top right there, having a dock on it? It looks like it might. But it also looks like it might be surrounded by mountains. So it's questionable. But that indent on the right-hand side of it also looks like that might be where a dock is. So let's go find out. You guys don't want anything to do with what I am right now. Trust me. And before we nose our way into anywhere new, I am going to save again. Before anybody's like, oh god, you should save. Please save. Oh god. Don't worry. We've established that the things in the sea aren't that dangerous to me at this point, so I can sail around a little bit and then save. Okay, yeah, that goes a lot of nowhere. That's what I was afraid of. Now, there is admittedly a chance where I'm going to run into something new in the sea, but I don't think so. Okay, that is a town there, though. And there is water that goes inland, so there's a chance we might be able to sneak our way in there. But it might just be that we have a lot of walking to do. I don't know. Hang on. Nope, that went nowhere. There's a singular shark, though. Maybe there's a dock nearby. Is that, like, water section the only way into the land here? In which case, I guess you could technically, like, walk all the way inland from where we were. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I might have to, or at least check to see if that's possible, because right now we're circling around the land and finding nothing. There's another town. We got no way to get there. I could have swore it was mentioned that there was a dock on this land somewhere. Unless the canal bit there was the dock that was talked about that I didn't want to go to yet. Possible. Because I feel like that castle would have been real rough before, but now that we did it now, it was fine. And I guess you could technically go to that castle anytime once you have the canoe and the crown. Because you need the canoe to get into it, but you need the crown to activate the throne. Which is a hell of a thing that we just wandered off with the Elf King's crown, I gotta say. We're just hanging on to it for some reason. on this part of it. So that's what I thought. We're just exploring, hoping to find literally anything. Oh no, we found one pirate. You have chosen poorly, my friend. Yep, he's just out of here. He swung onto the boat like, aha, I'm gonna get you. Oh, you are armed, huh? You never saw me. Goodbye, splash. And then we never saw him again. Okay, so our only way inland is through this, then. Well, let's go ahead and hit up a cabin. Well, no, we have used most of our spells, so we'll go ahead and hit up a house. And see if we can get to any of the areas in here. From here. Does it look potentially possible? Hi, Sphinxes. How y'all doing? Okay, it took that much to kill one. It's not terrible, and of course ice does decently. That's why the two wielding ice swords are doing work here. Okay, and there we go. No, he didn't die. Somehow Bard did more damage but didn't kill. Okay. I assume that one didn't take as much from the ice and I didn't notice. I wasn't really paying that close attention to the amounts that happened, I'll be honest. I'm just kind of going with the flow right now. Yeah, that wasn't that bad, so we might be able to make some headway here. And I can walk on the sand, so it's not like we'd be denied crossing this. Sandworms! Watch out, Beetlejuice. Well, it's dead. Desert I can't get to my foot. And close. I'm starting to regret being curious about this place, I'll be honest with you. Well, the Ice Age killed the dinosaurs, so maybe that'll kill these too. Ow! Okay, you know what? I regret saying that. I have some regrets about things I've said, and I wish to take them back now. These things are really durable, huh? Holy hell, it's still alive. And they're also doing 100 damage to the stump. Oh, joy of joys. They are still alive after, or what is this, 3 rounds? No, this is round 3 currently, I think. They are ripping us a new one. Okay, they're finally dying. Good God, these things are strong. Compared to anything we've dealt with so far, these things are strong. Not to mention, really, really hard to hurt. Okay, there we go. They weren't even worth that much. Like, they were worth over 1,000, which is nice, but, like, for what we went through, I don't know if that was worth it. Cure 3 is almost, like, exclusively for healing Stump, just because of how much health Stump has. I can just pour all those Cure 1s into him, but it's not like we're gonna use them anywhere else particularly. Alright, if that might be a sign, though, so maybe I shouldn't continue nosing around in here. He says, knowing full well that he's gonna try to make it to that area anyway. That's a mountain. So, what I'm gathering is this area is going to be full of dinosaurs. Fire 3? Uh-huh. Okay. Ow. Wow, good hit with the 274 damage crit there, Stump. Way to go, buddy. Hey, level 19 for Stump. This is a great place to get levels, I'll say that. But I think we might be stymied here. Yeah, because we have no path forward. This is just a dead end. On the bright side, though, great experience. So, you know, if I wanted to, I could just hang out here for a little bit and get some fantastic leveling done. I don't really intend to do that, but on our way through here, obviously, I'm going to keep fighting, because these are worth fighting. I might start avoiding the Anklos, because even though they're worth similar experience, they are much harder to kill. Yep, that's a dead end. Okay, so yeah, there's no way to proceed further on this landmass currently. We can kind of just stab these to death. Oh. Well, plus or minus Cook getting eviscerated. But even he did 24 damage to it, so, you know, we got that going for us. Nice. How's everybody's experience looking? Because we've got everybody but Cook to level 19 now. Okay, one more of those fights and he'll be 19 as well. And he does at least have 2 level 6 spells. So we're mostly just having navigation issues at this point. Like, we just don't know where we're going. Yeah, of course, you have no magic. You still have no level 6 spells. Entras and Ochos. Reason to deal with you. Just checking over here just in case there's something in here for some reason. Okay, 44 damage crit, that's not terrible. Oh, you also poison. Of course you fucking do. Very few things in this game, it seems, that don't poison. And what doesn't poison does everything else. I swear. You're the poison. At least it was Cook that got poisoned, so that I don't have to redo the party order at all. Okay, so that was overall, though, unhelpful. So that must mean that the airship is somewhere on the original landmass, then. Either the airship's somewhere on the original landmass, or I've just missed something completely. Which I would not remove the possibility of me having missed something. That's always possible. what could I have missed? Because we sailed all around this landmass now. Like, we did a complete lap around this one, we did a complete lap around the other one. Neither of them seem to be accessible, other than getting to that castle we were just in. There's a part of me that's seriously considering just looking up what I'm supposed to do with the floater in case there's something I'm missing about that. So that's just the... yeah, that's just that little... okay. Because I genuinely have to assume I've misunderstood something or missed something at this point. And I don't really want to just dawdle around accomplishing nothing here. Because the only other note I had was Adamant goes to dwarves and the ice cave near Volcano has floater, which we have now. Because everything else we've marked down I've completed. So either I didn't note something down, or there's a piece of information missing. Which I guess we could also just revisit some of the other towns and things and see if we can learn anything from anybody. That's gonna involve circling all the way back around. The biggest problem is this is kind of in that awkward position of being just kind of a needless waste of time. Like, this is, of course, part of how this game is. So you can debate back and forth as to... is it a waste of time, or is it just part of how this game is intended to be? And the problem there is both are true. Like, it's part of the intended experience, but it's also an intentional waste of your time, potentially. Wait. Am I about to have a dumb moment? Hang on. I need to get out of this fight fast. Okay, no, good. It was just because it was entering a dock tile. I was about to be very upset. I thought I'd suddenly gained the ability to just get off the boat anywhere, and I was about to be very angry. I'm betting nobody in this town is gonna have anything useful to add, but I'm just gonna check since we're here. Oh yeah, this is a well. You might think there's something to it, but in fact it's just an ordinary well. Very good. You sure are a farmer, buddy. Just keep on being a farmer. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that nobody here is useful at all. You still can't do anything with any of this information. Still can't learn warp, right? Yep. Okay, still useless to me then. You are all still saying the same thing you did before. Right, as expected, this town is useless. One of these towns had a very expensive armor piece as well that I was debating grabbing. So I haven't the slightest idea whether it would be worth it or not. Yeah, the armor's back around back there. Yeah, the steel armor. We have the money. Let's grab it and find out whether or it's worth anything. I think the only one who can carry anything right now is Stab, so just give it to him for a second. Right now you have 58. That's still 58, so that was completely pointless to purchase. Alright. Very good. Glad I spent 45,000 on nothing. Let's go ahead and sell that. Actually, let's check for shits and giggles to see if anybody else can wear it before I sell it. Can you wear steel armor? No. Can you somehow wear steel armor? Nope. Okay, doesn't matter then. Steel armor is Bubkiss. Understood. It's a good thing we have bags and bags of cash. Alright, Melmond is a bust. Like, we're just basically gonna be on a world tour right now, making sure I'm not missing something, information-wise, because I don't really have much in the way of other choices. We know Elf Town doesn't have anything for us, and we already were back at Dwarf Town. So my only other remaining choices really is to double-check with Matoya, check with Corneria, see if they somehow know anything there, and then check areas that I can get to from the canoe that I didn't go to yet. Which is really feeling like I might actually need to go to that spot that I was talking about earlier that I saw that I didn't go to. And I'm gonna be very upset that I didn't just check that in the first place. Good for you. You. Pretty sure this is gonna be just completely useless. This is like just a big for sake of argument check going on here, basically. Did we ever go in there where this guy's guarding? I feel like we never did. I don't know if it's gonna matter, but we never did. Oh yeah, this is where the princess is. Well, one of the princesses, apparently. There's three of them, I guess? Since two of them have thanked me for rescuing a different princess. Legend says that the loot can break the evil gate. We have the loot, and we've never used it. Just go ahead and mark that, just in case, since I didn't mark that down yet. A lot of people are thanking me for the princess's safety, but that's irrelevant. You. I'm gonna assume the king has nothing for us at this point, but I may as well ask. Yep, they're still locked in time as if we had never spoken to them or done anything after meeting them. No one's surprised. Because a lot of the time, these characters don't update. But I'm just checking because, like I said, I'm running out of ideas. I don't think there's any reason to check the guy back by the treasury, but again, I don't really have too many other ideas. So we're just gonna take the long walk all the way around. Betting he's just gonna tell me that the elves had the mystic key and it's gonna be pointless. He's telling me to use the key, so that's different. But I already used it. Those are the 6 treasures, but we already got them. Okay, so that rules out Corneria. How do I get to Matoya again? Because Matoya might have something to say. Because Garland's castle is the one on the left, Matoya's cave's on the right. I think I need to go over to the other bit over here. To go up there. This could easily be yet another entirely pointless walk, but we're basically in World Tour mode right now, just to figure out where the hell I need to be. We haven't been back to this town in literal ever. Like, as soon as we got the boat, I don't think we ever looked at this town ever again. Okay, that's confirmation that there are no ports in the north. That's the guy that name drops Melmond. That's not really... Pretty sure neither of them have any level 2 spaces left. None of these are like a secret hint place or anything. No, you just need to be afraid of me and pissing me off. I'm sure you will never be a bother ever again, Vic. We already dealt with Matoya's herb. As expected, this place was completely pointless to come back to. This place doesn't have softs. Okay. I figured I was gonna pick up some softs if there were any there while I was here. Since we did use a couple. And people did gain levels, so we'll go ahead and touch this inn on the way. This is a cheap inn anyway. I really feel like we're in a position where I can't just logic this out. There must be either a piece of information I'm missing, or there's just a leap of logic that's supposed to have happened. Wait, yeah, I wanted to go see Matoya just in case as well. This is gonna be a complete waste of our time, probably, because of all the encounters we're gonna have that are be completely pointless. May as well just kill this because it's only one enemy. This is gonna take basically anybody one hit other than Cook. And that at least paid for our inn and stop there. Oh no, the mad ponies that were vaguely threatening in their time, sort of, kind of. Can't even really say they were that threatening in their time unless you were already rough off when you got them to spawn. Well, there is a dock up here, too. I could have actually docked here. And there's like, some canoe water here. Why is there canoe water? I guess that would have been a better way to dock here, huh? So maybe there is a reason to return to Matoya then, since there's a bit of river here. You would have been able to dock higher up, closer to where she is. Nope, I still have no more business here. Never mind. It's about what I expected to hear when I came here. But I was given hope by the river. So that was, to no one's surprise, a complete waste of everyone's time. After I check, like, one more thing, I may, like I said before, genuinely just look up Final Fantasy Floater and see what the floater is supposed to do. I'm still convinced I'm supposed to use it with that dwarf, but he won't do anything, so I don't understand. No point in running, just kill it. Killing it will be faster. It's leading in the direction I want to go. Potentially, sort of. This may be entirely pointless what I'm checking here, but again, I only have so many things left to look at. These I'm gonna kill just because of spite, really, more than anything. Because of all the problems these have caused me before. Stab, you can't even kill them still. Come on, man. Get with the program. I'm really, really hoping that he suddenly has a turnaround at some point where he becomes useful. Otherwise, this is just a shame. Is this just like a big empty nothing? It's like there's nothing marked here, but that doesn't mean there's nothing here. Is what one has to assume that every space has a reason to exist. Whether it's a good reason or not, that your mileage may and will vary. Oh good, I'm glad they're all attacking Cook. That's exactly what I want to see today. That was sarcasm, game. That doesn't mean they get to keep attacking him. is the first time in like half an hour at least that we've had a fight that lasted more than a minute. There we go. Yeah, I knew those were at least gonna be worth killing. Oh, you know, that looks like a desert right there. Was I right to begin with the entire time, and I'm just gonna be mad now? And I should have just checked this to begin with. This is just a random unmarked area. No, there seems to be a whole lot of fucking nothing here. This really does seem like something you'd be intended to go to, though. Considering the river spits you out here, and you can walk here from the other bit. But apparently it's nothing. Okay. Never mind, then. Unless there's just, like, a flag I'm missing, and that's why this is a problem. Which, how am I to know that I'm missing that, right? Oh, joy. There we go. I was gonna say, I'm so glad that Fire 3 did basically the same as Fire 2. Is ice better? Ice is much better. I should have just been using Ice 2 to begin with. Understood. Because honestly, if I wanted to grind, these things would be great for it, because 4 of them are worth 1,000 experience, and they're, especially when I'm hitting them with ice, they're like the easiest thing to kill. In hindsight, I should have known ice was good because the swords were doing well. But I just kind of filed that under, they're just doing decent damage now. How's people's experience? You need 11,000, you need 6,000, you need 8,000, and you need 8,500. So most people need 8 of those fights, for example, to gain a level at this point. And Cook needs 11 of them. So we're not going to be going out of our way to do that. Mostly because that would be a lot of standing here doing the same fights over and over again. Which I would do off camera, not really planning on doing that here and now, because I don't have the yap capacity to sit here and bullshit long enough to keep that interesting. Some debate whether it would even be interesting even then, but, you know. Why don't I just use a cabin? The saving doesn't matter that much, but it's a bed hedge. I have a bunch of them anyway. And it saves on having to buy more potions. Gotta walk back to the boat. I parked up top. Good work, guys. Way to actually kill them. We parked up here, right? Yeah, we did. I keep forgetting that only Cook has lightning too. Okay, I am officially out of ideas, so let me figure out what the hell's going on here. So I was in the right place. I just needed to use the floater, not look for it. I had a feeling I was in the right track, but doing the wrong thing. God damn it. Back we go. Hang on. I don't know why I didn't think to use the damn item. Aside from brains already just kind of cooked from what we've been doing so far. I think the mistake I made was expecting to see something in the desert there. Things are going fine now that I looked to find what the answer was, because I was right that it is in that spot off the river. I didn't think to use the floater in the desert there. I just went around and clicked everything like, okay, I guess it's not here or I need to do something else. So I eventually gave up and double-checked rather than walking back a third time. And lo and behold, it's just use the item there. Which I should have taken the statement you made before about you have no idea how you figured this out as a hint that it was going to be something like that. Which I did, but in the moment I forgot to actually just use the item there. Is of exactly what I was talking about before you said that. You wouldn't have gotten that much enjoyment out of it. There wasn't much there. It's just like, okay, click button, nothing happened. Okay, I guess I'll leave. And then when I got back to the boat, I looked it up, and that's it. Yeah, but that would have just saved like 2 minutes. It wouldn't have really changed anything. I do really think they should have at least, like, put, like, a mast sticking up out of the desert, or literally any indication there. Is nobody that mentions there being a buried airship specifies where that desert is. They just say there's an airship buried in a desert. People always say that, and I disagree. I disagree with calling it cryptic, because cryptic means that it's actually complex to figure out and, like, is a puzzle. This is just click around and hope for the best. That's not cryptic. Like, this is on the same tier as point-and-click adventure game Pixel Hunts. They're the same problem of they expect you to know what you're looking for. It's all bad. All three of them make poor decisions as far as that go. I will stand by that no matter what anyone says. Is that you can't even say, oh, it was outside of their ability to put something here, because literally all it would take is like 2 pixels of any indication in this desert, and this would solve this problem. Ta-da! But I'm guessing I have to assume that you can use the floater anywhere in the desert and it works, which that makes at least that part acceptable, but it's still real scuffed. Like, this entire hour could have been avoided by 2 things. Now, one thing I'll give them credit for is there is a patch of tan down there. I'll grant that. But the only way you would even check that over checking either of the 2 deserts is if you already know that you cannot get to those 2 deserts. Like, even just, like, a slight tweak to the line that tells you that there's an airship buried in the desert. Just saying the desert near here, or anything like that, would also completely fix this. But again, they didn't do that. But now we can go wherever we want. Oh, there is one thing you missed. If we come up here, up to the northern continent, there is one thing I did do here. I just gotta make sure I actually get there. So bear with me, because this travels at a different speed. I went over here and cleared this castle out. So we now have the Zeus gauntlets, which nobody can use yet. But I have them. And I went and bought the steel armor and was promptly disappointed by the fact that it has the same defense as the flame armor, so I just sold it back and was upset. That's basically all you missed. That and a lot of pointless sailing around, and I went and talked to literally everyone in every town to make sure I didn't miss any information. So yeah, now you're caught up. So now I just gotta figure out which of these places I go to from here. Which, since we were able to clear out the castle and the dinosaurs around here weren't the worst, I'm gonna check these towns first. And see what I learn. As soon as I get my bearings flying around in this thing. Because your entire lay of land changes once you're flying around in this thing. Which is great, but it also is a little bit of an adjustment. Since this is only reachable by airship, I assume there's a reason to come here after getting the airship. In the town of Gaia. Level 7 white magic. Okay. Ain't doing anything with that right now, but this being level 7 indicates to me that this is probably the right area for me to be next. Base 3 and Brack. Other than a Space Ghost character, what is Brack? Brack is Break. Chance to shatter an enemy, causing instant death. How is that different from the death spell? They're both instant death. I guess Break has a better chance of working? At the very least, I'll grab Ice 3. Like, I have no reason not to grab Ice 3. And for those watching, I apologize both for the wasted time and for the being upset there, but I think I'm in the right on that one. Do you have great power? Okay. What's that broom up to? It's talking backwards. I mean, all the brooms talk backwards. You should be used to that by now. Unbelievable. You're outsiders, right? How did you get this far north? Found an airship. What's an airship? Yeah, you'll figure it out. Have you seen the city south of here? I just cannot understand a word spoken there. I've wondered what language. Okay, so there's a weird language in one of the towns nearby. Understood. Glad I came here first. Legends say that the castle in the west is a place to test courage. It sure was. Wasn't that bad to get through that castle, honestly. So... Oh, I also found one of these gold bracelets, and I learned that thieves can wear these bracelets, which I didn't know. And that changed Stab's entire life when I passed him the silver one after giving the gold one to Cook. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting some pro rings. Worst case, they're probably useful in general for those who can't wear armor. The fairy at the spring was kidnapped. That's interesting news, okay. And we can buy cat claws here, which I'm assuming either the thief can use or nobody can use. Well, remember how I said I had lots of money? Yeah, we finally found things that are too expensive for me again. Hey there, Jay. Other than not having money, everything's going well. Took us a while to get to the point we're at because of questionable design. I'm gonna assume... Really? It's for Cook? Why? Why do wizards get claws? Oh, I guess, yeah, that makes a degree of sense. Oh yeah, we did get the heal staff as well. I forgot I found that in the castle. Speaking of Bard, you probably don't need the flame. Well, yeah, get rid of the flame sword. The ice sword is stronger. No, keep it. Keep it in case you run into things that are resistant to ice. It'll be a better idea. We don't, however, need this extra silver sword, so get rid of that. I'm more interested in buying the gold necklace, I think, for Stab, though, to increase his survivability. And then we'll come back to the idea of the pearl rings and the cat claws. I was half expecting it to tell me no, which, how much? 18... I was just talking about that, yeah. Up by 9. And I had mentioned then that I was probably going to find immediate higher prices in the next town. But I was not expecting that much higher. What is with this game and just like adding an extra digit to the prices of things? Saw a shining object flying toward the east. Interesting. Shiny thing flying east. This shop is useless to me. I mean, I can buy healing potions there, but that's the only use it has. Let me see. Yes, there was a professor that studied Leafinish. Okay, presumably that's the... I see you studied getting in my fucking way. I'm gonna assume that this house all the way back here is useful. Hardy har, you're too late. I bottled the fairy and sold her to a caravan. Really? Alright. Anything in the well? Nope, it's just a well. Okay, so the fairy's been sold off to a caravan. I have to assume I have a reason to care, and we'll figure out whether that makes any sense later. But I have no reason to be here anymore. Said they saw something shining flying to the east. Yeah, just, I have no reason to worry about that right now, because I ain't gonna be able to cast it or buy it. This is, I assume, is the town that I won't understand anybody in, but we may as well go have a look anyway. If I can find anywhere to land nearby. Okay, no, that doesn't count. How about here? Nope. So I'd have to walk through the forest to get here. I'm gonna deal with that later, then. Because I assume I'd have to land all the way over here, and I can't be bothered to walk through that at the moment. I know I needed to do something in the desert out here. And considering the odds are that I would have to find out how to talk to those people, I don't know if I'm that interested in making that trip right now. I'm far more curious about this, even though this is a terrible idea as well. Oh, I can't land in the desert. Why would I be able to land in the desert? Of course. And I wanted this airship for a reason, huh? I really wanted this airship. This airship that can't land anywhere that I actually want to go. It sure is slow sand, but it's gonna slow my progress immensely by making me waste my time walking all the way across it. I'll just use a cabin to save and get a bit of health back. That's true. I don't think I want to be here. I don't think I want to be here at all. I have suddenly decided being here is a bad idea. It's a shame you can't cast that Ice 3 right now. Quake and Pray. I'll take a 50% success rate. That's actually way better than I expected out of casting Quake, if I'm honest. Also, these seem to be slightly weaker than the regular Anklos I was fighting before. Or at least they're slightly easier to hurt. So I'm less scared than I was. They definitely still hit hard, though. Definitely still hit hard. Now, I will admit, not being able to go over the mountains mechanically starts to make a little bit more sense because it kind of limits your free flight. Yes, I did get the heal item from the castle, but I can't use it outside of combat, based on what you were talking about before, so unless I go out of my way to use it during the fight, it doesn't help anything. And those things were strong enough that I did not really trust the idea of spending extra time. Yes. The one I flew around and showed you earlier, yeah. The one on the same continent that I'm on right now. Yes. I got everything out of there. I emptied every box, I got the tail, I got everything. I just didn't hover over that because I assumed that was a given since I went through there. And it had been on screen whenever I was using the potions and such anyway. That's fair. And no, I got everything out of there. The only thing that upsets me is that I can't use these Zeus gauntlets yet. Even Stump can't equip it, so I'm assuming that's for later. Which is interesting, all things considered, but, you know. We make do. Okay, that's a proper T-Rex there. That could be a concern. Hey, buddy, how about you take a nap? Ow. Wow, that was a near 300 damage hit, and it didn't care. How about we try that heal staff? Well, unfortunately, the one using the heal staff is the one carrying the gauntlet, so we'll figure that out later. And also, with how much damage this thing does, I don't know if I really want to be fooling around with items. This is a bad fight to try to experiment in. Because that is asking to get someone killed. Why am I doing that? Just use the damn cabin. We have a lot of them, just fucking use them. Okay, we're finally here. I see. Well, that was a waste of my time. Unless... one of my items do something here? No. 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 Hooray for wasting my time again! Great, this was probably about the only way this could get worse. Thanks, game. Love that for me. You know what? Fuck it. Zeus Gauntlet, let's go. Do something. It did a middling amount of damage to them. Hooray. Yeah, I think so. It didn't, like, really indicate what it cast, but that seemed likely. I was assuming it was going to cast lightning of some kind, considering Zeus. I was really hoping for Lightning 3, but Lightning 2 I guess will do. Yeah. And I'm gonna go ahead and let Bard keep that because he doesn't have a lightning spell. Or I should say, I'll let Bard keep it for now. I may move it around to other people as time goes. But that's at least somewhat worth hanging on to, except for the fact that we have such a little amount of space in there. I opened this for a reason. What was the reason? Oh, yeah. Okay, level 20 does not get him level 7 spells. Okay. Very good. Anyway, continuing to walk through the desert. We don't even have a crow. We certainly don't have a horse, whether he's named or not. Get me out of here. I don't want to deal with these. Those things took a battery and a half to get rid of before, and I ain't dealing with it right now. Okay, so that's a shame. I assume then, logically, I have to deal with this town over here to gain access to the tower, because that would just make sense. So assuming that the professor that is studying the language isn't in the town I was in before, and he is either down in here or he is somewhere else, I may as well check here and find out. Uh-huh. How far do you expect me to park this thing, game? Wait, actually no, there's a problem here. There's a bigger problem here. There is genuinely no place to land this stupid thing here. Yeah, but I can't land and drop. I mean, I guess, yeah, this one tile. Fuck's sake, game. This is another case of, you can't call that cryptic. That is needlessly obtuse. Instead, that is just, hey, I hope you find the one square. See, I thought you were referring to the fact that the town was way out in the boonies, not that the landing zone was way out in the boonies. I had it backwards of what you meant there, since that could have gone either or. Exactly. I was half expecting, like, okay, I'm gonna have to go to a different town and get fucking pontoons for my damn airship or something and land it in the damn lake. At the rate this game was going, I'd believe that. Oh, by the way, that ankle was worth 1 gold. I just want everybody to notice that. Just gonna make sure everybody knows that. Didn't we deal with giants already? I feel like giants were a thing already. Why are you here? Why are you even bothering? Go away. I'm pretty confident we have fought these exact giants before with how they're just kind of here. I'm assuming it's meant to be impressive because there's 4 of them. They really just wanted to make this area a big pain in the ass, is what I'm gathering. I didn't look at how much the red anklos and the Rexes were worth. I know they were worth good experience. I think the Rexes were worth some money. And these guys are worth an okay amount. They're worth over 3,000. So on the scale of the money we need, that's really not much. then again, with how far we have to walk to get to this town and then back again, you know, maybe that's a little more valuable. Hi, Zombles. We've killed you already. I guess I can do it again. You are worth a decent bit. Fire 3, get us out of here. Because they do hit decently, and I would rather not have anybody die. There we go. Yeah, that's another 4,000. That's not terrible. It really just seems like the Anklos are just worth fuck all. Everything else is fine. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Just 2 of them, we can just kind of hit them. Especially if you critically hit them and just delete them like that. Yeah, that works. There we go. Problem solved. Well, I guess this walk wasn't that bad. I was assuming there was gonna be worse things on the way here. Loopa Loopa, yeah. I'm assuming I'm not gonna be able to talk to anybody here. But I'm gonna try. Pretty high odds on this having been a waste of my time, though. And I'm betting there ain't even gonna be an inn in here that I can use. Doesn't look like there's really anything here other than the guys who go Loopa Loopa. Damn Oompa Loompas. Doopity-doo. I've got a waste of time for you. It's called this fucking town over here. Do 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 do. So we gotta find that professor then, and he's either in Gaia or he was somewhere completely different. I'm gonna have to just figure that out. Which I'm going to assume that he's not gonna be that hard to find. Just not exactly straightforward to find either. Wait. Huh. Okay, this is just out here, huh? Okay. I just wanted to walk out of town, and I just happened to walk into the magic shops instead. So there's Nuke. Can't afford it. But, you know, that's here, I guess. Also, why does this have hearts on it, but it doesn't function as a clinic? Huh. Yeah, considering there's the gap in the trees there, I would say that's easier to find than the airship. It occurs to me I might not be able to... Oh no, I have to assume I can. Oh, we'll find out in a minute. I'm probably going to use a house here in a moment. Considering we're using a fair bit of magic and we are getting hurt a bit. I'm glad I randomly selected a different enemy there on the hope that it would have worked out, and it did. There we go. Now, the thing I was debating was, can I use a house here? I can. Okay, very good. I was half expecting it to tell me, hey, there's no space here because you're in a goddamn forest. Which I would have understood, but I wouldn't have been happy about it. Level 2 fire should be good enough for these. Yeah, considering stab can kill them, 1 level 2 fire should clean house here. Yeah, exactly. Like, that should tell you the expectations I have for this game at this point, is every time I decide to do something, I expect a middle finger to just pop up on screen. That's basically where I'm at this point. Just gonna blink on screen a couple times, just beep, 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 and then just goes back to normal. Okay, I figured since they were flying that lightning would work, but it wasn't the best. It's not the worst either, but it's not the best. Considering Fire 2 did similar. But they're not that bad to get rid of anyway. I had really hoped to kill at least one fiend today, but at the rate we're going, that might not be happening. I mean, it may as well be for all the information it gives you sometimes. Let's check Gaia again, make sure the professor's not just around here somewhere. And there's that whole thing about the caravan that bought the ferry as well. I have no idea where that caravan would be. But I would have to assume... Oh, there we go. Everyone thinks the tower in Nyanikern Desert is a mirage. I wonder... Oh, god damn it, that's the exit to town. I just wanted to circle around to not have to go all the way the hell around. But no, why would there be even the slightest care given to your own convenience? Yep, I know that I can't understand any of the people in that town. I barely can understand any of the people in this town at this rate, honestly. I don't know why any of you all live here. I don't think I talked to you last time. Legend says the Sky Warriors flew about here and there from a castle high in the sky. Okay. Floating castle at some point. Understood. That's gonna be a thing. Because it wouldn't be mentioned if it wasn't going to be something. I suppose I could give the Zeus gauntlets to Stab or somebody. Shining object flying toward the east. See, that also implies that I might be meant to chase after the flying castle or something, and it's to the east right now. That guy just won't give me any useful information. Mentions there's a professor, but no idea where the hell he is. I assume over here is probably where those magic shops you mentioned are. Or this is where the professor or the caravan is. Random pool of water. That looks more like an exit from town. Maybe I go interact with water here? This might be where I bring the ferry back to when I get the ferry. I assume I have to go get the ferry as well. That's probably something relevant as well. Thing is, there's like nothing to the east. Unless... it looped. That's kind of what I was starting to suspect. So I'm supposed to be here now, then. Since that's the only other direction I was given was east, and east is here. But there doesn't look to be a lot of anything going on here, and that town's not particularly reachable. I'd have to land over here and then boat up to it, which I can do that. There's also these little holes here, which I assume are relevant for something. Let's try the town first, see if we can gather some information. Go from there, just see how bad an idea this is. Okay, usual things here, that's not terrible. Not gonna bother fighting these, because these are beneath me at this point, but it's still something. There's two dudes in funny hats sailing down the river, and they found some gators. think we fought gators before, though. They still hurt. I'm pretty sure we have fought them before. And, Lightning 3 might have been a little overkill. Fire 2, however, probably wasn't worth casting. In fact, no, I know for a fact we fought gators before, because I remember her making a death roll joke. I just couldn't remember at that exact moment whether they were absolutely just gators, or if these were, like, the new variant of them. I have no idea if the forests around here are gonna be dangerous, so I figured the river would be safer. Okay, let's see if there's anything of relevance in this town. Underhill, the caravan master, has something very strange. Probably the fairy. Her legs are beautiful. It's so nice to have legs. You found Oxyale? No, why would I have? Until 200 years ago, the mermaids lived in the shrine, and in fire and smoke it sank. The mermaids? That guy might be not all there, a little bit, possibly. And Vasti land levers, stay out me way. Cope says he found a shining object fall. Alright. So that's the second mention of a shining thing. This town used to be prosperous 200 years ago. So the mermaids disappearing ruined this town's prosperity from the sound of things. You have legs. I'm just gonna walk away using those legs, and we are never gonna speak to you again. Saber and blind. Okay. I'm gonna presume that Saber is just as useless as Temper. Oh, Death Protection, A-Rub. I'm gonna assume that that's a Death Protection spell. And Heal 3. I'm also betting I probably can't cast A-Rub with a red mage. My father runs the caravan. He's having a closeout sale near the oasis in the western desert. Why are you having your sale out in the desert? What customers are you gonna... Hello? What the hell are you doing here? I saw Bahamut, but to be honored as a true warrior, I must return with proof of my courage. Well, I can tell you a great castle for that, though I took the tail already. Wait a minute. Hold that thought. Hey, hold still. You want this? No, he doesn't want that. I figured, you know, 2 and 2 together, I got the tail from the castle. We're gonna address that in a second. That looks like a submarine. My name is Cope. I saw it north, near the waterfall. Believe me, I think it was a robot. Oh, Final Fantasy and your weird technology appearing. Until 400 years ago, the power of water brought us good fortune. Hey lady, can I use your submarine? I made a submarine to save the mermaids, but to go deep enough, it will require Oxyale. Alright. Gonna need to get Oxyale in order to get in there. That's why it's called Oxyale, because it's oxygen. God damn it. That at least makes sense. My brother, Dr. Owen, has studied the language of the Sky Warriors. If he had the slab, he could teach it. Son of a bitch. I know where Dr. Un is. I remember making fun of him because I'm like, that's great and all. You're a doctor that doesn't help at all. People say that when the shrine sank and many treasures were lost, also they tell of a cryptic stone plate. They tell of it where, though? Well, yeah, as long as I get information, I can figure things out. It's when I have to make a leap of logic about nothingness that I can't do anything with it. Though it helped that I'd done that world tour trying to find the damn airship. Because I was reminded of what was where. The worst case, even if I didn't remember what town the doctor was in, I would have been able to get around using the airship to find the right town anyway. Now, referring to him as both a doctor and a professor, that's fuckery. That I do not appreciate. But I guess let's go talk to The thing is, we don't have the slab, nor do we know where the slab is. We can also go check out the waterfall that apparently a robot landed at. And maybe we can learn something there as well. We've got an either or in that scenario. I'm pretty sure the waterfall is just right up this river. We just got a fair whack of sailing to do. I don't think I care enough to fight these. Thought about it, but I don't think I care enough. Hey, I was right. There's the waterfall. Now let's see how bad this goes. Perilisks. I already hate it here. Roast the chickens. Roasty toasty. That's doing nothing. Okay, understood. Okay, they squint at you. I'm gonna assume that's gonna petrify people, probably. Why did that one die? I don't think anybody hit that one other than the fire, too. Oh, best not to worry about it. Bats. They really like those bat sprites, huh? They just kind of just throw them around randomly. I mean, it is a cave, so it makes sense that they're here. Gas dragon, huh? Okay. I'm so tempted to just throw him down a hole. Oh, hey, we can cast Ice 3 now. Neat. Let's just hit you with fire. I'm assuming you're not a combustible variety of gas. Yeah, that didn't do much. I figured I'd try. Ice seems to be doing okay. Let's try Ice 1 against you. Never mind, he's dead. 5,000 gold from the gas dragon, though. That's worth it. Since ads are running, though, I will be back in just a quick moment. Use this time to go get up and do whatever you need to do as well. Highly recommended. Sounds good. Take care. I have just returned myself, so we shall see how much I get done now. Let's see. Start from the left-hand side of this place and just keep circling around till we find what we're looking for. Okay, so the nightmares from the end of the castle are here. That's not that much of a concern. Let's try Lightning 2 against them. I don't remember what they were weak to. I don't think we ever figured out what they were weak to, if I'm honest. We just kind of killed them with swords. Yeah, Lightning did okay. I mostly did that just to expedite getting rid of them. Though at the end of the day, it's still 2 turns to clear them out anyway. So really, I shouldn't have bothered casting that spell. That's something I'm noticing about the spell slots, is it makes me really, really try my best to save my spells. But since you don't have much information about your enemies, you don't know what's worth using magic on and what you don't. So it's very easy to end up in a situation where you just, like, don't use your magic at all. Situations like this, of course, I am immediately inspired to use my magic. It's almost like a pile of enemies covered in bandages is a great thing to set on fire or something, you know? Some things are just obvious. Not to mention the fact that these guys put people to sleep and all that nasty nonsense anyway, which makes it very compelling to want to get rid of them quickly either way. And before anybody's like, wow, he hates this game, remember what I said back at the beginning of the stream, and I'll repeat it for anybody that may have missed it. I will say things like this even about a game I love. Is the simple fact of the matter is, no matter how good a game is, there are still questionable decisions made within them sometimes, and I will not hesitate to point those out. That's just how I do. Let's go ahead and use the heal staff for a moment here, I think. Well, no, nobody's too bad off. Go ahead and Zeus gloves it. Because these mud golems aren't super strong. We killed them pretty easily before. But I killed one of them before is the problem. Okay, yeah, that one died in 1 hit. Could have swore it had more health than that, though. And yeah, the Zeus Gauntlet did, like, nah. That's concerning that you have sped up your friend. I do not like that. I applaud your teamwork, but please kindly perish before you've poisoned him. Things I did not consider. Mud golems that poison. Got some poop mud. I don't like it. Get out of here with your poop mud. I'm now considering that those are just poo golems. And I don't really know what to do with that information. But you know what? Now it's a mental image all of you have to deal with too. They're just golems made out of poo, and they have to, of course, sing like the Great Mighty Pooh. That's one thing that at least makes it somewhat okay. Yes, Windows, I don't care. That was on my side for anybody that's concerned that their Windows may have prompted something. In case you didn't gather it from me yelling at Windows. He was telling me my Stream Deck has an update, and you know what I'm not worried about doing right now? Updating that. Got to cure the poison. You would think I would have gotten clued in by the fact that Cook was in the front, which he never is. I'll be honest, didn't really think about it that much. We're not missing that much health still. Doing fine. Robot. Lots of mummies first, then robot. Really is a lot of mummies. Fire 3 just to clean house here quick. As I say, please actually kill more than one of them with Fire 3. Thank you. I was sure it was gonna kill all the regular mummies. I went for 3 just to try to clear the wizard mummies, and between the two, they got it done. Take this cube. With it, you can transfer to the floating castle. Wizard staff. Ribbon. Money. 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 And defense. It's a... What? Wizard staff. Huh. Can't even... Here, Stab, have a nice ribbon in your hair. You can actually equip it. Huh. What does it do for you? Let's see, you have 27 without it. You have... 28 with it. It's the same as a cap, but maybe it has, like, some side effects that I don't know about that might protect him. Who knows? But hey, we got the cube that lets us go to the floating castle, so as soon as we find the floating castle, well, it says it lets us transfer to it, so maybe we just use it and we go there? Probably gotta get out of here first to figure that out. Let's just, you know, eliminate this with all due haste. Especially when these mummies are critting everybody. And Stump has been turned to stone. Turned to stone. Turned to stone. Do. I don't have a way to cure that in combat. Do. Ow. Book is now asleep. This is going well. Don't you just love when a random combat just takes a turn for the worst? Thankfully, Cook woke up quickly. Cook, wake up quickly. Way to have that sentence take a turn for the worst. What are you doing, man? What's wrong with you? Good? You with us here? Good thing I'm carrying lots of softs. Buy the software. Considering things in here are kind of dangerous, we are going to heal before we leave the presence of Friend Robot. There we go, that should be good enough to get us out of here. Thing is, there is part of this place we didn't even go to. I went left immediately and found what I was looking for. So the right might have stuff. And I probably should go check. I might regret that decision, but... stuff. Okay, you spent your turn casting fast on yourself. That's completely fine. Terminated. Did you get a new spell level from 21 Bard? This? Hey, he actually can cast level 6 spells now. And apparently, he got that before, and I just didn't get him any level 6 spells. So rip that, I guess. I could have tried using the wizard staff to see if it did something, since having him stab is kind of the same as having him do nothing. The thing is, I'm in the mindset of anything like that I use breaks. So I just don't even think to use it. Okay, the wizard staff tried to do something. It was ineffective, but it tried to do something. Looks a little bit rough, but everybody else is fine. I love that I'm gonna waste the fact that I had arrowed straight to the correct place by going and checking all of the corridors anyway. Though honestly, this place isn't that bad. I would not mind staying here a bit and actually, like, getting some extra stuff done. Let's see if the defense thing does something. Okay, looks like it made him, like, invisible or something. Like, it gave him blink. So that's good for him to have, actually. Now that we're not in dangerous combats, now I'm willing to fiddle around with items a bit more. Worst case, any of these usable items that I don't want are probably gonna be worth a decent amount of money. There it is, level 21 for stab. This bat is in the way. Move. Yo. Is this cave just literally just populated solely by nightmares and golems? It really seems like that. Wizard! Still hasn't worked, whatever that is. Until I have something I actually, like, actively need him to cast a real spell against, I might just have him just keep trying to do that, just to see what happens. If it ever actually works. Wizard! Whatever it is, it keeps being ineffective. This is the kind of thing you just have a unit spam in like a strategy RPG just to get free experience for doing nothing. Like, well, it's not doing anything, but I'm getting experience for doing it, so you know what? Nothing. 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 I'ma keep trying. Nothing. Nothing. Just endlessly trying. It's a shame that nobody else gets the benefit of the defense item. It only works for Cook. I could probably just give it to somebody else and have them use it. Go ahead and use the heal staff, actually. On the same note of it's fine to just do something in this combat. Really doesn't heal much, but at least it's healing everyone. And it is basically free. So while we're in this cave full of nightmares, I might very well hand cook the heal staff just so he can just keep spamming heal that way. Because right now I have no reason to use his magic. Because these nightmares and these golems really are nothing to worry about. That is assuming he's allowed to actually utilize it, which I assume he can. Be kind of weird if he couldn't. It seemed to have healed about the same amount. It's a shame that this predates quick action menus where you, like, can press a button to repeat the turn. Because I get the feeling I'm just gonna be repeating this exact turn sequence a fair bit in here. 3 of you attack, 1 of you wave magic staff that make the boo-boos go away. Because overall, we're gaining health by just spamming that for all these nightmare fights. Especially if there's only 1 of them. This is just nothing. Keep waving the happy staff. I do see why Jess was so excited about getting a healing staff. Because this is very useful. It's just, like I said, really only useful in fights where I'm confident I don't need that person's turn for something else. But it's a way to, like, keep the resource bleed from happening as badly. But I think the questioning there was as much about finding out whether I had the tail or not, really, so... eh. Just keep wielding the happy staff. Because even with 2 of them, depending on who they target, we're still gonna make a health profit here. I just always get caught in that loop of like, but if I just attack with the people that do the damage, then I won't need to heal, because the fight will be over. So I've always been in that arguably bad habit of the more damage I deal, the less damage I will take, because I will just end the encounter before they deal more than a certain amount of damage. Stump has hit level 21. So remember, he had ended up behind because of at least one of those instant death incidents. 503 hit points. God damn, man. Just getting stronger and stronger. Actually, you know... yeah, you've already used up a lot of those charges, but go ahead and do a couple basic cures on yourself. You know, I understand why they don't let you use the active available items outside of combat, especially like the heal staff, because it would quite literally destroy the healing item economy. Because you would just, after the end of every fight, you just use the heal staff like 50 times to heal the whole party to full for no resource cost. But man, would it be nice if you could do that. You know? It'd be very convenient. But at that point, you may as well also just have your party heal after every combat automatically, because you've basically made it free. that's where it kind of just it becomes a case of what kind of resource management do you want your game to have? Do you want resource management in the form of items to matter, resource management in the form of purely just in combat managing your health and everything to be the main thing? Like, there's ways to make all of those options work. Because there are plenty of examples of RPGs that do all of the above. Where they heal you every combat, where they don't heal you every combat, and where they don't even have healing items at all. And you have to, like, rely purely on your healing abilities. These for the most part. Like, maybe not that there's no healing items at all, but they're, like, very scarce. Is a better way to phrase that. Did you get another... No, you didn't get another level 7 yet. You also still only have 3 level 6s. So you... I don't remember if I used one of... I think I used one of my Fire 3s. I was gonna say, I think he might have gained another one, but I think I used one. This is a whole maze for a whole lot of nothing over here, I gotta say. I may have made a mistake sticking my nose all the way over here. Oh hey, Cook has more hit points now. Oh, because he gained that level, right? I was expecting him to go back to 227 and then suddenly 231. I'm like, oh, he's so strong. Oh, there's... Oh no, that's the stairs we came in from. So I think there wasn't anything else in there then. It was just that long a walk back. I really thought I'd gone somewhere else. Oh well. Now in possession of the cube. We will go back to town and then we'll try using the cube. Since town's not that far. Nacho! Now, I know it says Nacho, but I'm just gonna call it Nacho. It's even orange, so why wouldn't I, right? Ow! He did not appreciate being called Nacho. He hit me very hard. He also does not take that much damage from our attacks. Wave the happy stick. Terminated. There we go. Doing money. 90,000. Yeah, you know, we got a bit of money out of there. Got a bit of money out of our trip in there. Does this place even have a weapon shop? I think this place only had magic shops. Let's hit the inn first and foremost before I get sidetracked and forget. Both to restock our spells and health and to make sure I save so I don't lose lots of progress forgetting to save like a fool. As we have definitely experienced repeatedly. Level magic was this again? This was level 7. That is not what I need. I think we still don't have any casting at level 7 yet. I could go flying back to Gaia to buy some stuff. But I don't think I care at the moment. Colors gather and swirl in the cube. Okay, so the cube has to be used somewhere specific, I guess. I wasn't sure exactly how that was gonna work. Means we do have to find the flying castle somewhere. Which means that's probably gonna be we worry about that when that comes across scenario. So we may need to get to the flying castle to get the ox ale. And I wouldn't be surprised if the tablet of the Sky Warriors is up there too. Considering they said that the Sky Warriors lived in a floating castle. We'll fly around a bit and see if I can find a likely candidate for that. So it may be that we need to climb the tower to then use the cube, because I could see that being a thing as well. That would make a degree of sense. First and foremost, we gotta get back to the airship. Since, you know, they gave us the airship only to make it have no good landing zones. This thing's not long for this world. And away it goes. Alternatively, I meant to go, like, check out those pits that we found over on the other side of the land here. Because we can land here, so might be worth taking a look. What we'll do is we'll use one of our cabins just to have a checkpoint here in case going in these pits is a bad idea right now. Oh, hey, a cabin to replace the one I just used. Dragon. Only the courageous ones bring back the proof of their courage. I mean, that is logical, well, to a certain degree. Soft. Okay, this little dragon house wasn't super worth it. I assume then that one of these probably has someone we turn the tail into, since that's proof of courage. Oh right, this one's all wet. I have to land down here. God forbid we get the airship wet. I know it's because it'll sink in the swamp and things like that, but I'm gonna make fun of it anyway. Oh good, more poison. That's what we needed. Just what I needed. Suppose I should cure that, huh? If it was a different character, I would have considered just letting them suffer. But it also would have meant hearing that constantly, and I'm not here for it today. We are going to the Castle of Ordeal to the northeast. There we will test and bring back the proof of our courage. Well, I already beat you to that. Unless there's more copies of that item up there, you ain't gonna get anything. Once in the north, there were beautiful palaces and big mechanical castles. Well, some of those are still there. Found a house, and 500G. This really doesn't have much, huh? Proof of your courage might be anything. Now, the proof of my courage is apparently a stinky tail. 10 gold, great, love that for me. Y'all need to get better treasure. Gotta tell ya. Came all the way out here just to steal like 510 gold and learn things that really aren't helpful. I figured since that was the pain in the ass one that it might have been that one, but it's probably that one that's in the trees, so we'll hit this one first. Of course, I need to somehow feather it into that spot. There we go. You, tell me things. Have you met Bahamut the Dragon King? He honors those with courage as true warriors. That's great and all. Where is he? Okay, there's 2 holes there, and 1 hole over here. And then the Castle of Ordeals itself is right there. Let's go to this one first, because it's the one by itself, and then we'll go to the one with 2 holes right afterward. Ooh, loot. 2,000 G, and 1,455, 2,750. So is this just like an abandoned hole? Oh no, there's more. But wait, there's more. Call now and you'll receive another dragon, absolutely free. You're not afraid of me? Then I am impressed. You're easily impressed then. Because I could just be a reckless fool. Thank you for your money, by the way. I mean, I really must be a reckless fool to loot a dragon's hoard while the dragon is sitting there looking at me. The balls we have to be that stupid, right? Oh hey, speaking of dragons, we got some worms. Worms! Ow. There we go. Won't take long to clear these out. But unless we pick up the pace here pretty drastically, we're probably not getting a fiend in tonight. But it does seem like we are doing a lot of important background work, so I'm not as upset as I could be. I just could be happier, you know? Because we could be making faster progress. I suppose the thing is, I'm mostly just frustrated with myself for the hour of World Tour we ended up having. This seems like about right for where Bahamut would be. Considering it's a really long hallway into a really big cave. Yep, there's a bunch of candles. Yep, there's the boss. This is Bahamut's room. Bahamut verifies the true courage of all. That tail of a rat proves your courage. I shall give you the honor due true warriors. Ta-da! Remember when I was talking about there being an upgrade in the future? Behold, we are now better than we were before. Stump the Knight. Bard the Red Wizard. Stab the Ninja. And Cook the Black Wizard. Even showing his face, that's how powerful he's become. I don't know if our stats have gone up too much from that. Oh yeah, Cook's got 10 strength now. Look at him go. He's been pumping. But I believe that allows people to use different stuff now. You can use the flame sword now, for example. And I believe, yeah, you can use the wizard staff now. He is a wizard. Most importantly, though, Bard can use a lot more magic now. He's been opened up to most of those spells he was not allowed to cast before. So he has become way more useful. Unfortunately, spell slots don't seem to have changed yet, but that's fine. It also just makes them look like they grew up. Which is kind of a weird thing. Like, they almost look kind of like teenagers in a way when they are in their first form, and now they look much older. Like, their sprites are taller. Stump, for example, has much broader shoulders now. Or at least it gives the appearance of that. Can anybody actually wear this now? You can wear the Zeus bracers now. I wonder if somebody else can wear ice armor now. Worth checking. You can wear ice armor now. So that brings him up to 38, and with the gold necklace he had, what? $28. So yeah, that is better for him. It's almost like this was why I was holding on to these things. I didn't know that this was gonna change this much, but I had a feeling. Can you use the flame shield now? You can! Stab has had such a massive quality of life increase right now. He can use a better weapon, he can use enough armor to actually make him relevant compared to Stump and Bard. He's actually way better off than Bard is now. Bard has 21. Once he equips that, he has 26. Okay. We may be able to see about getting better armor for Bard now as well, though. Oh, I'm so happy. We actually can have real armor now instead of piddling nonsense we've been running around with, and better weapons. Speaking of Cook, damage 16, the wizard staff, and you go up to damage 21. You may as well wield that for now, unless I decide to get you the cat claws. And you'll notice our overworld sprite just changed as well. Let's actually see what everybody's overworld sprites look like. Yep, just taller and better armored. Yep, just looks like a ninja. This is the one that looks the weirdest. He looks just like some kind of weird commander instead of the wizard that he is. Like he almost looks more like he'd be captaining the airship rather than casting spells. Which the two are not mutually exclusive concepts by any means, but it's weird to me a little bit. Yeah, that at least is a big thing we've done here. Yep, I found Bahamut's cave. I went checking all the random holes over here because I was like, maybe this is where I need to be after getting the cube. And then I found Bahamut and he upgraded us. So now our gear has improved immensely because Stab can actually wear the ice armor and the flame shield. The Zeus gauntlets can actually be worn by Bard. Their defense has skyrocketed. Yeah, I gotta go all the way back and go learn that. Oh yeah, Stab also has the flame sword now, so he's in a pretty good spot. Cook's using the wizard staff for the moment. I still don't know what the wizard staff does, by the way. I cast it like 15 times on the way out of the cave full of nightmares, and it just failed every time. It just kept going ineffective, ineffective, ineffective every time. So I still don't know what spell that's supposed to be casting. But I did spam the heal staff a ton through there since those fights weren't that bad. What's in this cave? This is the only cave I haven't been to. You're brave enough to try meeting the King of the Dragons, Bahamut. We already did. Can't you tell by how buff we are? Unprofitable business is not a practice of the dragons of Cardia. Oh, I do have Confuse. I never really used it either. Long ago, dragons and humans lived and traded together. Now you live in caves that are mostly underwater. Yeah, that really sounds like I'm probably not gonna bother using it anymore. I also need to pick up some level 6 magic for Bard because I keep forgetting that. I'm just happy that they are at their true power now. Like, they are the strongest they'll get. Aside from just leveling more. Oh, Stinger hits multiple, huh? And poisons. Love that for them. Yeah, a little bit of it. I don't think he can learn all of it. He can just learn some, I believe, based on what I saw from the spell list. Yeah. But hey, I'll take it. A little bit of magic can go a long way. I'll probably do cleanup as far as that goes off stream, just so I'm not running around going, can you learn that? No. Can you learn this? No. Or staring at the list and then comparing back and forth, because that just wouldn't be very interesting. And I'm probably not going too much longer, so it won't be super relevant. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the problem. All because I happen to go here. They say a lot about going to the Castle of Ordeals, and they even tell you where it is, so as long as you go in those holes, you'd figure this out, but I have to imagine there are people that went through, like, everything without getting the promotion. Because if you just happen to never go down in those dragon holes, you would never know what to do there. You would just wander around with this random stinky tail and be like, what the fuck is this for? Why do I have this? I was gonna go back to Gaia, though, and go buy some more magic. Yeah, exactly. I would have looked at it, gone, I can't do this. Also, these two don't have spell slots yet. I think they have to gain a level or two in their promotion before they get their spell slots. So there'd be no reason for me to go running around teaching them magic yet anyway. Let's see. Yeah, you already have level 7. That's, you can't do any of that information. I thought... No, this only has level 7 and level 8. You can't do level 7 magic. So this was the wrong place to go. Unless I want to see if there's anything of merit to buy here. I could grab some pro rings. You probably could. Like, you could probably go to, like, level 30 or something, and then it will take you exponentially longer to get magic points for your promoted characters that get them. I don't know if it changes the curve of magic points for wizards or not. And I use that as a collective term for red, black, and white wizards in that particular case. Let's see. Level 6 magic was back down this town, then. I do want to quickly grab life and level 6 magic at the very least. Can I land in town? No. It'd be very funny just parking the airship right in the middle of the city. Hi guys, look what I found! We're in charge now. So now we can just wander around and flex on the townsfolk with our newfound powers, too. Just look at how big and buff we are now. Oh, that's right. I do want exit. Exit's good. Exit will be very helpful. This bitch. I swear. We can get you Lightning 3 as well. There you go, enjoy Lightning 3, Bard. Now that you can cast it, because he couldn't cast it before becoming a red wizard. And... Book already has all the level 6s he's getting, yeah. Because I don't really care about getting Rub, in particular. This way, at least Bard now has Exit and Lightning 3. I just don't know if I care about any of this other than Exit. Soft wouldn't be bad, but I can just buy a ton of soft items. I have no reason to have the soft spell. Fog 2, I don't know if I care. Invis 2, I might care. Is Invis 2 area effect? Because if that's area effect, I might care about. Yes it is, so yes, I do want that. That one I'll take. Just make sure I had the right character selected. Oh. His area evasion does seem like it'd be useful. And yeah, everybody being named Buff definitely sounds like something that would happen in one of the Final Fantasy Fiestas. People love to donate for goofy names, and I'm here for it. This is all irrelevant at this point. I suppose if you got rid of the... If you got rid of the elemental armor, you probably could go buy steel armor for your ninja and such, since that seems to be the same. Oh yeah. They've gotten very swole. They are very happy to be stronger, I'm sure. Oh yeah, this was the town with the pirate and everything. Which, wasn't this the town that had the doctor? I believe this was the town with Dr. Owen. It's 10 now. I looked at that earlier. Yeah, because this is Dr. Owen over here. Oh no, this isn't Dr. Owen. Oh, I did forget where Dr. Owen is. I know he's in one of the meh towns that were otherwise useless. Apparently that isn't the one that he's in. I also need to remember where Warp is. I think it's this town. I think it's this level that had Warp. No, this was this garbage. Oh, right, no, I need to go back to Melman, the town that this guy just mentioned is the one that has Warp. Where the hell is Dr. Owen? I remembered it when I said it, and now that I'm actually having to use the information, it's gone. Which is gonna make it seem like I didn't remember, but I do remember. Just not currently. It's the classic, now that you try to use the information leaves. I don't think he was in Elf Town. Is he in this town and I just didn't pay attention? I don't think so. I remember complaining about him not being helpful, so maybe he was also in the town with the destroyed clinic. That would make sense about me complaining about it. It's over here somewhere. There's Corneria. I know he's not in there. This thing's a little too fast. Yeah, I'm right next to Melrun. Right here. Just land on top of the house. Or at least we can pick up Warp here. Or even if I'm wrong about the doctor being here. Which I think I am. I think I am wrong that he's here. Yeah. This is where the first hint about the concept of promotion pops up from, though. Because you have black magic that your black mage can't learn, so it's like, huh, I wonder why. This is all out-of-date junk. Thing is, I remember Dr. Owen having a specific sprite. There we go. I was right. Everybody knows me. What? You've never heard of Dr. Un? So he still doesn't have a function yet. I guess I need to get the tablet before he'll have anything to say to me then. Okay. But I know where he is. Which means I should write that down so I remember it next week, because I might not get to it this week. There we go. Give Dr. Un tablet to translate. So we need to find the flying castle. That's the main thread we've got to chase at the moment. I assume the shining thing that they saw flying to the east was the robot that was in the waterfall. Since people in this town mentioned a shining thing, and then the guy talking about it mentioned the robot that was in the waterfall here that gave me the cube. Thing is, in order to use the submarine, we need Oxio, which we don't have, and nobody mentioned where we get Oxio from so far. We know that the ferry got kidnapped and sold to the caravan, but we don't know where the caravan is. Which we have no idea what the relevance of the ferry even is to begin with. Other than, you know, we are heroes, we go do good thing of save ferry, I guess. Even if we don't find any other reasoning for it, that might end up being what we do. We still can't talk to the people here because that's what we need Dr. Un and the tablet and everything for. Going here is presumably useless at the moment, because none of the items we have work on it. Ordinarily I just pop up the map and talk these through, but I can just fly to the places and point at them in this way now. Since we don't get attacked while I'm flying. Is there anything else on this continent? I don't think there is. Pretty sure it's just the towns. And then the dungeon, I presume, is underwater here, because that's what the submarine's gonna be for, is for going to the water dungeon. It's the classic scenario of I'm being very smart and very dumb at the same time, probably. Or I'm working out a lot of information and then at the same time neglecting something obvious. Can I land here? Why would you be able to land there? That would be convenient. Let's actually pull up the map for a second here, though. Just to cross things off more clearly. Yeah, because we've been to every dot on this continent. That I also believe. I tried using the cube just out and about, but I'm assuming there's a specific place to use the cube. You know, I just had a thought. Because, you know, it's weird that there's just this random desert here that seemingly has no function. Do I just, like, walk out here and use the cube or something? No, that doesn't seem to be the answer. Okay. Is this desert just a desert to be a desert, then? Does this desert do anything? Is there another airship in this desert? So by you saying this is a BS part of this game, are you telling me that there's nothing indicating what I'm supposed to be doing right now? And that's why I'm just kind of flailing. 'Cause I really feel like I have to have missed something. Oh, I don't mind the word, I just don't think it applies the same way it's being used for this. But that tells me that it's a similar case to what we were just dealing with of they're doing bad signposting. So I'm on the right track thinking that there's something hidden in this area then. See, I would like to believe that Dark worked there, but I know it's just because he cast Ruse on himself and made himself harder to hit that it did anything. Well, if there's potentially something here, I may as well look around. But there doesn't really look to be anything here. It's interesting that there are Anklos out here, though. And they do appear to be weak to fire, but then again, that was a good hit, though. I appreciate that. I'm just also not sure if this is something that's going to be reasonable to work out on my own either. That's kind of the awkward position there. Which, let me ask that. Is this reasonable to figure out on my own by just, like, poking and prodding around, or is this going to take a while to make anything happen with? Let me phrase it like that. Because that will help point me in the right direction either way. I think I saw something about that, but I didn't write it down. Because I was in the middle of chasing after something else at the time. But that is something that would be very easy to overlook. Especially if you ended up coming here before you went to the other town where the fairy gets mentioned being involved with the caravan. You could easily get fucked up on that one. Like, that would be incredibly easy to miss at that point. If there's an oasis involved... No, it's not anywhere over here. Yeah, I assumed it wasn't gonna require an item because we didn't get a new item. Just a matter of, I guess, poking and prodding around till I find it then. I didn't see anything that would hint at there being an oasis around. Like, obviously, oases are usually in deserts, so it would have to be in the desert somewhere, but I didn't really see any tiles that looked different there. Unless this is one of those cases of it literally doesn't have any indication, and you're just gonna have to literally walk the whole fucking desert to find it. But I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back into the air. Yes, I'm aware of what an oasis is. I just didn't see anything that looked like that. We're gonna look from the air so I'm not just combing around. Like, there's this, but I walked in here and nothing happened. I must just need to step on the right tile in there, I guess. Because I thought this was weird and I walked in there, but nothing happened. So I just assumed, oh, I guess there's nothing there. I guess it's a specific spot here, then? Except... Nope. Nope, not gonna say anything nice about that, because that's not good. Like, yes, it's hinted at by the trees being there, but they could have at least made the tile in that pissant patch of sand even slightly different. Ugh. Yeah, I know I was over there before, and I just happened to miss the one fucking tile. I hope no one is expecting a positive response there, because why would I have a positive response to that? And if anyone's disappointed, I don't know what you were expecting. And now I've wasted my money buying the bottle that I assume I require. And I appreciate that, but at the same time, I really feel like that shouldn't have needed cluing. The designers should have made that something that makes any fucking sense. Like, I get that this is separated, so you are at least indicated to go to this little patch here. Literally, all they would have to do would have been, like, put a couple green pixels on that spot or something. It wouldn't even have to be something big and obvious. Just anything. And oases also usually have water. You know what isn't here? Any water. And that's the other thing. What is the point to having this map with all of these glowing dots when the things you need aren't at glowing dots? Though, something I'll say, notice that it is a darker spot on the map there. I'll grant that, because that is actually one dark dot in there. So if you refer to the world map, you might actually see something. That I'll give them. I wouldn't call that a black dot. Fair. I thought you meant they literally made it like a pitch black dot or made it like one of the glowing dots or something. And yeah, you were perfectly fine with what you said. I'm just agitated at this point because this is back-to-back just, hey, I hope you just find this invisible thing because you pay attention to every clue you're given. Which, if I hadn't already been worked up from the other parts of this section, I probably would have paid enough attention for that. But I was already just so done because of the previous parts that I was trying to speed through things, which shoots you in the foot here. Like, that is a fast way to make people just tune out rather than paying more attention. That's about what I figured. And that's the other reason why I have a problem with these two parts in particular, is because that's exactly what the game taught you. Is up to this point, the game teaches you to expect to find everything you need in dungeons and in towns. I was gonna use the bottle when I go back to Gaia, because I assume that the fairy belongs in Gaia. But if I just release the fairy anywhere, I guess I could do that. It's just gonna make a difference of a few minutes on that one. Actually, I was going to the wrong place anyway. Okay, the fairy is now gone, but I assume the fairy went back to that pool in Gaia, since they mentioned the fairy being kidnapped from Gaia. And why else would there be that random big pool of water here in Gaia? Like, I apologize once again if I seem like I'm nitpicking at things with this game, but genuinely, these are things that could have been done better within the power they had in this game. I'm assuming I'm on the right track with the fairy reappearing here. Yep, bingo, there's a fairy. That pirate trapped me in the bottle. I will draw Oxyale from the bottom of the spring for you. Yeah, the guides are always a factor for that. Because I know Simon's Quest sold a few strategy guides as well. By virtue of the same nonsense, though that also is hinted at as to what you're supposed to do. It just is... That one I would say is more cryptic than complete BS, even if it's not great. Because I do recall there being information that hints at the whole sit there in that spot and get taken away by the whirlwind thing. Even if that, like I said, is still not good either, but... That's beyond the point. Okay, now that we have Oxyale, I can go to the submarine, we can do that thing. We are, of course, going to hit the inn and save before we do anything of the sort. Not dealing with the nacho, I just do not care enough to deal with that. Straight to the inn. What a roller coaster the last couple hours have been. A low of being annoyed about finding the airship, but getting to enjoy the airship, then another low because of trying to find the fucking oasis right next to the high of getting the buff. Like, I swear they had to have planned the timing for these things out. Because they knew that it would be just enough to balance out so people wouldn't give up completely, but it would definitely annoy people. Yeah, exactly. It's like, look at that kid running by with the ice cream. It'd be a real shame if, boom, oh, ice cream's on the floor. Warriors, you have Oxyale. The mermaids wait. Please help them. And then she disappeared. Oh, and we're just in here now. Okay. I kind of expected to have to sail around in the submarine a bit, and I was gonna be annoyed all over again. Didn't even get to see it, just like, hey, you're here now. Good thing I got him lit 3, because I get the feeling I'm gonna want it down here. Yeah, exactly. Just poof, you're there now. Actually, no. Good idea, good idea. Just clack your bracers together at them angrily. Kaboom! May not have needed to cast the other lightning too. I kind of forgot that we saw Red Sahags ages ago, and they may have gotten obliterated, just slightly. I do appreciate that you can at least use items you're equipped with. You don't have to unequip them to use them, because some games are stupid about that. Okay. As I was saying that, I was like, wait, I should check. Did it unequip them when he used them? Because that would have been very annoying as well. Speaking of, can you use this buckler? Nope. Throw it away then, we don't need it. And it's not gonna be worth enough money to go back for. We'll hang on to the gold thing because I forgot to sell it. Because that'll at least be worth some money. But I needed inventory space. Can't believe I'm actually going through this now too. But I'm like, I'm here, I may as well. Yeah, I know, I shouldn't have even thought he could use a wet paper basket, let alone a buckler, but I had hope. He got buff like everybody else, maybe he could've. And no, I didn't mean to say a waste paper basket, I mean quite literally just a basket full of wet paper. Oh, that would have been a whole other moment if I bought that and then he couldn't use it before becoming a wizard. Oh, that would have been the whole thing. So honestly, now that I have usable items, I might just never buy him anything weapon-wise ever again. I may just have him just using items forever. I wouldn't have blamed you for it. I would have just continued to blame the game for its odd decision-making. I feel like I'm just gonna be backing these Zeus gauntlets together for most of this dungeon. Just clack clack, lightning 2! Clack clack, lightning 2! Oh wow, they survived all of that. Not gonna lie, I didn't cast any magic with Cook because I assumed they would have died by now. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm starting to figure. Save the real magic for strong targets, and then for everything else, you just kind of wave random items around. Now, of course, now that I actually bothered to cast a spell, now they died. Yeah, that's where I got the item from. Why was I facing the other way? Got Nagas. It's fine. Still, yeah, you still have the heal staff, so you just go ahead and use that while we're dealing with this. Oh, they cast lightning too, as well, huh? Glad I didn't throw any lightning at you, because it probably wouldn't have done anything. I'm glad Stab is actually a character now, instead of a joke. Yeah, that makes sense. Because based on how the turn order goes, you might end up having them get hit before the turn of the person using it comes up. Doing this dance again, I see. Feels weird having Cook just sitting here using healing staff over and over again, but he really doesn't need to get involved at all right now. It would just be a waste of his spell points. I can fight, but you don't need to. Oh. Kinda, yeah. They're small, but they're there. Shark. He also has that defense item that gives him the invisibility buff, I've noticed. Because I found that when I found the cube. So I may hand that off to somebody else. Because while it's nice for him to give himself the dodge chance, I don't know if he needs it at this point. Especially since he's probably going to have other higher priority items to be using. That's where the debate there comes from. So I suppose, like, boss fights and such, he can start the fight by using that. But we also have the AoE evasion spell on Bard at this point, which I would assume doesn't stack with that item. So in cases like that, I would absolutely be casting the AoE evasion. It's not a defense sword, it's just a defense blank. It didn't really say that it was a sword at all. It's just defense something. See, I didn't know that. I just see the word defense and I'm like, I don't know what this is. And I knew it cast the evasion spell. I had no way of knowing what the hell this was. I just handed it on down to Cook to figure out. Why didn't they shorten it like they shortened so many other things instead? This game and its inability to give information, I swear. So 49 becomes 50. It went up by 1 whole point. So actually, Stump isn't gonna get it then. It's going to go to Stab. Is the Flame Sword slightly weaker than the Ice Sword, so this will be better for him. Yeah, because that puts him up to 41 with 80% hit rate. I think that'll do better for him. And honestly, he needs the dodge more. I just assumed he could since he suddenly was able to use swords. I'm like, he probably can use it. If this is a sword. Yeah, I gave him back the Ice Sword. So Stump and Bard are using Ice Swords and Stab is using weird magical defense sword. You're good. That was a good question to ask. I do wonder if the Ice Swords are going to be a good idea in here since this is a water dungeon. That's my only worry, but they seem to be doing fine so far. Worst case, we can juggle swords around a bit. I wasn't sure if there was going to be a resistance situation or not. Oh, goody goody, 20 whole gold. I'm rich, I'm rich. Huh. See, the thing is, I was making the assumption that an elemental weapon just switches your damage to being elemental of that type, because that's how a lot of other engines run that. Yeah, exactly. Therein lies the problem, is there's always that disconnect between how mechanics should work and how they work in this game. Yeah, now he's just whacking things with an orange sword. Yeah, that's kind of the problem, yeah. Mage Staff. I just realized. I know what this sword is, actually. This is the origin of that Defender sword that appears in all of the other Final Fantasies, isn't it? This is the Defender sword. That's why it's a sword, but it's named Defense. They couldn't fit Defender, so they probably just called it Defense to be as close as possible. Fire 2. Both of you already have Fire 2. That's exactly what I mean, yeah. Actually, you know what? Stump, hang on to that. Go ahead and hang on to that for the moment. Sea snakes, huh? They're probably not that bad. Yeah, they're not bad at all. The fact that as a ninja, Stab can use all these swords and things really still makes me question why a thief couldn't use swords. Like, you could make the excuse that ninjas do use swords, but they use specific swords for the most part, not just the same, like, straight swords that knights use. So even then, it doesn't quite wash. And thieves usually use whatever the hell they can get their damn hands on. They aren't usually picky. That opal bracelet, I'm sure, is going to be better than the gold bracelet. Or I'm going to be disappointed. One of the two will happen first. Let's find out. And then you'll just be carrying around 2 bracelets that aren't useful. A5 becomes... 35! That is a big upgrade. He gained 10 more defense. He has more than Bard now, which I don't know how to feel about. Because the silver armor's fallen behind. Can you wear a bracelet? Because I think that might actually be worth more than the silver armor. Yeah, that is better than the silver armor. Okay, there you go. That puts him more on par. We've solved the mystery. The power of bling saves the day again. See, I just hadn't even really worried about Bard, because Bard has been surviving, like, everything. We cannot regain the power of water. We will become bubbles, then disappear. Well, that's a real shame for you. You gonna say the same thing? You've responded to me. I'm gonna assume down is bad. I just kind of found the first stairs and went, I'm going this way. My friend Daryl went to land and never returned. I've often wondered what happened. Maybe she grew legs and walked away? Daryl is an interesting name for a mermaid. Unbelievable, you can breathe underwater? I'm impressed. Yeah, I don't know how I'm doing that either, if I'm honest. I'm assuming that's what the Oxyale was for. Found some money. Please save the sea and make the orb shine again? I'll think about it. I suppose you are the legendary... Not the legendary much of anything at the moment, honestly. Are we gonna become bubbles? You will if you don't get out of my way. This place is full of money. And then there was 10 gold just to make me sad again. This is exactly what I mean about the roller coaster here. It's like, look at all this money! 10 gold. Ah! Yeah, I'm sure that's what Cook tells himself. As long as the Fiend of Water lives, we... Oh, boo-hoo. Not even gonna finish that sentence, huh? Understandable. I mean, I know you're doomed to become bubbles if I don't kill it, but that's neither here nor there. Opal Shield. No, hey Bard, you already ended up with it. You can't use it. Of course you can't. Why would you ever be able to use anything? Use that. Can you use this? Nope. I don't know why I ever expect anything. Every time I expect something, I'm disappointed. And the Flame Shield and the Ice Shield are similar defense values. I believe they were the same. But considering we're more likely to be dealing with ice damage in here, let's give him the Ice Shield as well. He'll wear... Wait, no, those are backwards. Those are backwards, you fool. You had it the right way the first time. No. No. You know what? Actually, shits and giggles. Shits and giggles. Of course not. I had to try. I needed to know. He couldn't wield a buckler, but it was a magic shield. Maybe he could wear the magic shield. Yeah, that's where we just got the opal shield from. What am I doing? Honestly, I don't know what I would have said if he could use that shield. Yeah, free pure. To unlock the Mirage Tower, or the Lift used a musical tone. Oh, I'm about to be upset, aren't I? I'm about to be upset all over again. So I just got a feeling from what she just said there, and I feel like I'm gonna be upset again. Wait, how do I get to that room? It almost looks like there's a path, but I can't quite see it. No, because it ends here. There must be like a way to fall down into there or something. Okay, if these stages loop around, that helps, but at the same time... Well, yeah, I gathered that. I was just looking at this, trying to make sure that there wasn't, like, some weird spot I didn't notice, because it was gonna bug me. Because, like, there's this... You know, they make it clear with this bridge at the very least, but... Even if I had walked across this bridge, I don't think I would have assumed that I had ended up at this chest, because it would have just looked the same. That's armor. That's also armor, and that is the slab. Return the slab. Nope, it's mine now. Return the slab. Nah. Opal gauntlets. I'm going to assume that's better than the silver gauntlets. I'm gonna see if you can wear these now. You sure can. Everything's coming up stab. Which is a hell of a thing to say, but you know what, I've done it. Didn't seem to increase his defense much, but you know what, it's better than nothing. Now we throw these gloves away. Actually, wait. Can you wear gloves, Cook? He can wear gloves! He couldn't wear them before, I don't think. But at the same time, those gloves are only like one absorption, and I have to throw something away to be able to pick up what's in that box. And the gloves are the least valuable thing. So... Yeah, exactly. It was funny to see if he could wear them. But it wasn't gonna be worth keeping. And that finally gets rid of the silver helmet as well. No, if it comes down to one defense, he's probably dead. Can you equip a silver helmet now? You can! And then Cook gets a fun little ribbon to replace his cap. There you go, Cook, enjoy that. All the jewelry and a ribbon. He's just styling on everybody now. That's what I was assuming too. Just like a big pink bow. Just stuck right on the top of his head. I think I talked to all the mermaids already. So now that we have the slab, now I guess we go the other way. As soon as I find my way out of here again, the stairs are around here somewhere. There they are over there. Exactly. He's cooking in more ways than one. The ladies love him. Now that he can perform. I opened these already, right? Yeah. You don't want anything to do with what we are now. We have become so much more powerful. Don't worry, guys, I got this. Click, 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 click. I'm doing the thing, but nothing's happening. Uh-oh. Don't you need that for fighting? That's true. You can cook using the mage's staff now. Which actually, you know what? That's a curiosity thing now. You would think wizard would be higher than mage. But which one does more damage? Wizard does more damage than mage. But we had gotten the wizard staff first, so I was curious which way that was getting the tilting, you know? Hi guys. You're all going to die now. Clank clank perish. You just keep waving the happy staff. I'm just picturing Cook dancing around with the heal staff. Just like spinning it and throwing it in the air and all of that. Actually, no, that's what the ribbon is. He's attached the ribbon to the staff and he's just twirling it around. He's just doing like full ribbon dancing. Exactly. He's just out here having a great time. He only trips on his robes occasionally. He's getting better. Light hammer. Is that actually gonna be anything? 45, 49 rather. 1 point lower. Yeah, exactly. Somehow that just ended up working out. Also, 95% accuracy on Stump these days. God damn, man. Stump don't miss. I'm willing to bet he can't. But what if? What if? Damn it. That's what it said, yeah. See? Hit percent 95. Stump don't miss. He's got a 5% chance to not hit something. That's fine. Stab needs the help, as far as accuracy goes. With his 82%. We know how legendarily bad Stab's accuracy is. He needs all the help he can get. Oh. Yeah, then I actually do want Cook to hang on to that anyway, then. Speaking of, look, ghosts. Wow. The ghosts of the sea. ER pirate ghosts. His regular magic would do better, but that was free. Back to waving his staff around. Back to doing the happy dance. Because these things also kind of hurt, so the happy dance might be necessary. Look, guys, I attacked the thing. Get back to staff spinning. What he doesn't know is they're teaching him for after the adventure's over. He's just gonna be demoted to sign spinner. That's gonna be his job in the normal world. He's just gonna be spinning signs for their shop they'll open after the adventure's over. He really just is getting the short end of the stick in this narrative. Exactly. He's got to bring some style to this world. He's setting the trends. Opal armor. I kind of assumed there was going to be opal armor in here somewhere, since we got opal everything else. Opa! What do you know? Cook can't equip the opal armor. Who was surprised by that one? No one. Pretty much. You gotta have a bard, a dancer to go with the bard. That's how it works. I'm assuming the flame armor will be better than the gold bracelet. Let's find out. Currently 32. With the flame armor, it will be... He can't wear it, never mind. Go ahead and give that to Stab then, so he can get extra ice protection for now. So I guess the ice armor is just out of date till I leave here and potentially have to deal with fire damage again. And that's assuming we even get attacked with ice damage in here. Which there's no guarantee of that to begin with. About to be a real shame for these guys. Little do they know that there's just gonna be a spot for me to heal. Considering only the green ones in the back do any damage to anybody. So actually, what I might want to have done was not use Zeus yet, just kill the two in the back and then just sit there and spam the heal staff. Just like have them slowly, one by one, kill the Red Saugons. Oh yeah, no, Cook has become the master of efficiency. After being the biggest drain on resources we had, he is now the master of efficiency. Speaking of, did he gain another spell level yet? No, he does still have 2 level 7 spells. But that level didn't teach him anything. I keep forgetting I have exit. I'm gonna need to keep reminding myself of that, otherwise it's gonna be an issue at some point. Yeah, exactly. Just burn the turns, get free healing. It would honestly be incredibly useful. I will say the heal staff doesn't fully keep up with the damage from more significant fights, but it definitely reduces the rate at which our health is overall degrading. I kind of figured there'd be a better one somewhere, and then I could start using both of them if I want to. Because based on the amount this is healing, I'm assuming that's casting either like the level 1 or the level 2 version of the heal spell. Yeah. Which in hindsight, I should have went to go get that for Bard now as well, because he can cast at least one of those 2 heal spells now. And then he can start doing area healing as well. Where is this staircase? Okay, everybody dogpile on him. He's the only one that can hurt anybody. And even he doesn't really hurt much, so he's pretty irrelevant. Interesting. It's weird that it's a hat. Yeah. If he's allowed to wear it. If he's not allowed to wear it, Cook's gonna get to keep his ribbon. Then I might, like, see if Bard can wear it or something. So he can just, like, meditate on the capacity to heal people. I'm just trying to not waste armor spaces since I'm constantly running out of space for armor. That's the only reason I'm even thinking about that much. Yeah. This whole no inventory space thing really gets old fast. I have to imagine this is really embarrassing for the Sagan right now. They're like, we can't hurt them, they're just getting stronger! What do we do? That is so weird. Like, it makes sense because that's how monks work in a lot of situations, but it's just like... What gear do you get after level 10? Nothing. What? Yeah, they just wear their robes pretty much and just go beat the shit out of the world. The hell of a thing. I think we're at full health. Or at least we were until we took 1 damage again. There we go. No more 1 damage. This is so fucked up. Literally a massive health profit from that fight. That is not okay. What's this damn staircase? Right. Which admittedly, depending on their level... Well, I guess it would depend on what armor they're allowed to equip, which is probably not going to be much. And that's probably why it works. Otherwise, they'd be able to equip strong enough armor that, at least armor-wise, they might have still been able to benefit. Okay, there's the... Aren't these the stairs I took to get here? Yeah, these are the stairs I took to get there originally. Yeah. I remember seeing those in the first shop. And I kind of assumed that those were gonna keep showing up, and then they just kind of didn't. Blows my mind that the monk doesn't use the cat claws. I really assumed those were like bladed knuckles. Yeah. That does make sense. They get extra attacks. So assuming I was right to come this far back, there must be another set of stairs or something, because we didn't clear out this whole floor to begin with. I also am assuming that the Water Fiend is going to be a lot stronger than the Fire and Earth Fiends were. That's true, yeah. 'Cause I assume that throughout a large portion of the game, they're gonna only have like 20 to 30 defense then. Is just taking our current level into account, for example, since we're like 21, 22 right now. If their armor matches their level, then they have less armor than even Cook does. And that seems incredibly dangerous. That's a very good question. So actually, this is a call for the Zeus Bracer. You finally get to do something other than healing, Cook. Blast them! Get these guys off my screen. Cook, you failed me. Back to healing. Get back to spinning your stick. You were supposed to kill both of them. I get the sneaking feeling that I'm on the wrong floor. Because I know I went back a floor, but I was wondering if maybe the other staircase was here, but I have to assume then that the other staircase I'm looking for is on the lower floor then. When the world is at peace, Cook will stop dancing. The world is never at peace. Well, then Cook will never stop dancing. Someone get him some nice shoes, because he's gonna be dancing for a real long time. Oh wait, that was a 4-hit attack. I saw that. Yeah, this is the entrance, so... You know, that makes sense to a degree. Because you do have to have a decent amount of strength to dance properly. Also explains why agility was always his second and best stat aside from luck. He started off by getting his flexibility, then he got his strength, now he dances like the best. I think I've looked at everything on this floor. But I'm questioning everything right now. Stab, I'm really disappointed that you are only doing 2 hits when everybody else is doing 3s and 4s. You're a ninja. Act like a ninja. Now, it's probably this staircase over here that I need, isn't it? Because we haven't been over here. Unless this is more fuckery. No, because we came out in a different part. Also, lobsters and sea trolls are new. Also, the fact that the scorpions have turned into lobsters is very funny to me, for some reason. I can't really place exactly why it's as comical as I think it is in my head, but it really is just really funny to me. That may just partially be how tired I'm getting talking. Because we have now been going for nearly 6 hours. But I want to finish this dungeon at least. And I'm assuming I'm close, because I assume over here on this side is probably where the fiend is. Just gotta find where down here it is. Of course the door's on that side. Why wouldn't it be? Nah, you don't need it. I should have had him heal, though. Instead of whacking the sea troll with his wacky stick. Though he did kill it. Hook did get a kill with his wacky stick, so... Yeah, there's something to be said there. I know you don't like Snake Stump, but goddamn, you didn't need to kill it that hard. This is canon now, by the way. Stump dislikes snakes. Yeah, we got Big Eyes. Why don't you get rid of that? Before it does whatever it does, just kill it dead. He just kind of holds it up and reflects the sun at things like, is this how I use this? Is this what I'm doing? I don't understand what you want me to do with this thing. It's real shiny, so, you know, reflecting? Is this... What do you mean I'm supposed to hit things with this? How do you think I'm gonna swing this? Exactly. Honestly, it's for everybody's own good. You know, things I should have realized looking at this before. There's no door on this cube. Making sure. Nope, there's just no door. Okay. Anyway, guess that happened. I feel like I was lied to. But at the same time I looked at it, I should have seen that there wasn't a door there. I fell for the bait anyway. Just fell for it hook, line, sinker. I'm the fish here. Oh, absolutely. They had to be sitting there giggling about that one. Just, hey, look at this. Look what I did. I made an empty room, but I didn't put a door on it. Great. And I filled this room full of holes, and then I put a death chest with just a piece of cloth in it. Haha. High five. Like, genuinely, the only way that cloth chest could have been worse is if it literally just exploded when you opened it and killed half the party or something. Because then you wouldn't even be able to avoid it. At the very least, with the mages, you can potentially run from them before they start killing everyone. But if the chest explodes, you just lose. So you're telling me that the lobster's poison? What kind of lobsters poison people? Yeah, feel free to talk about that super boss. Because, we ain't seeing it. I can tell you that one right now. Unless I accidentally run into it, we ain't seeing it. I am not gonna be up to the task of doing that. I can tell you that one for free right now. I mean, if it happens naturally, you know, it happens. Because at that point, it more or less is my fault. Okay, it is random that you'll run into it, okay. That I might be a bit upset about. But at the same time, at least it'll be interesting because it's like, oh hey, this really rare thing happened. Wish it didn't happen to me, but you know what? Here we are. Hey, remember when I told you about them joking about empty rooms? Hey, look, an empty fucking room. Yeah. This chest is guarded by a pair of snakes. I see. Is there anything impressive in here? Yeah, we fought a bunch of these at this point. That's why I'm like, this is what they had guarding the chest? Or did they just happen to attack me when I walked up to the chest and these aren't a static encounter here? The world may never know, because I probably am not walking back onto this tile to find out. Oh goody, it was only 110 gold. No wonder they didn't have much guarding it. Also, I like to think that Stump's armor has just gotten so thick and stiff, that's why all he does for his victory pose is just lift his arms still. Because that's all he can do. That is true, it is better than 11 gold. Like, he just can't move much. Just like, too much armor. All I could move was my arms. He's doing ninja things, it's fine. There we go, that did a lot more damage. There we go. I was gonna say to one of them, but no, he did actually get two of them that time. There really is just a really big variance in how much damage that spell does, huh? We did it, guys. Yes, we did it. Slow clap for you. That's the other option, is Stab's clapping is just completely sarcastic clapping. As befitting Cook style. Back to staff smithing. Okay, you can just kill that sea troll outright. You know what? That's fine. Good thing I had Stab targeting the lobster. 'Cause I didn't assume that the troll was gonna get obliterated, but I didn't think he was gonna be long for this world, one way or the other. You know, Bard, you could have gotten healed, but no, you wanted that lobster that poisoned you dead. I understand. So impatient. He was just out for blood. Also, I do find it funny, by the way, that it used to be a split party between 2 guys in red and 2 guys in blue. Stab has gone over to the red side and suddenly became so much more powerful. It's a hell of a thing to think about, isn't it? Finally, actually dipping into the potion supply a little bit. 385 gold. Danger! Water elementals. It's been a while since we've seen elementals. Exactly. Somebody had to stick to his guns. It certainly wasn't Stab. Yeah. It is a little weird that his skin is the same color as the hat was, though. That's a little odd. Maybe that's why he picked that hat. Just was a second skin for him. But now he doesn't need it. Hey, Stab gained a level. Oh, armor again. Pure monetary value wise, the ice armor is probably worth less than the gold bracelet, but the gold bracelet has no function for me anymore. Power gauntlet, huh? I assume that does something. But it's also just nifty gauntlets. Here you go, Stab. You can have those. 58. Not bad. Not bad at all. Still not as much as Stump, but you know what? That's fine. I might actually want to flip the positioning, actually, at this point, since Stab does have a lot more defense than Bard does. Yeah, I kind of figured that was gonna be the joke. As soon as you said it had the power to be the best item in the game, I'm like, oh no. Incoming punchline. But on the bright side, it's still better gauntlets for Stab to use. And now we got all our magic casters here at the bottom of the list. Which this probably will help Bard out a fair bit, because he has been losing a lot of health in here. It's like everything's been beating the hell out of him, whereas everything just kind of been ignoring everybody else. Went in here already, right? Maybe I didn't. Nope, I definitely didn't. Blow everything. You can have my last lightning 2 off. Yep, now Stab's turn to get poisoned. I think that's the first time we've seen the ninja's poison stance. Is just like, yep, I'm gonna put one fist on the ground, I'm just gonna stare at you like this is your fault. I'm just gonna stare at the screen. Because if you didn't get me poisoned, I wouldn't be poisoned right now. You did this. He's just judging you the entire time. Victory. Clap and then back to the floor. Exactly. He's just disappointed. Oh hey, another light axe. Why is there 2 of them? Why is that the thing they decided to have 2 of? It used to be I only had to move 1 guy around whenever her Stab got poisoned. Now I gotta move 2. Damn it, Stab. Why are you like this? Yeah, that checks. He's built different. We built him wrong as a joke. only 201 on that Green Saga with a crit? Come on, man. You can do better than that. I've seen you do better than that. I think he's still mad about the poisoning. Money. Money. Shark. Shark is technically money. Oh look, some ghosts. You know what would be funny? Have Stump also just wave a light axe at them for the hell of it because he has it right now. Bask in the radiance.
I started blasting. Bang! Bang! Well, I don't see so good, so I missed.
God damn it, the sun got in his eyes. I was honestly waiting for him to get nothing but 150 rolls on that. And it would have been so funny if he outdid Cook at using the magic items. Now I once again need space. Oh, wait, why am I still carrying these stupid silver gauntlets? Get this shit out of here. Another ribbon. Well, unfortunately, Cook can't wear 2 ribbons, I don't think. So, the ribbon doesn't really have a function here. But I guess I'll hang on to it till we have the next thing say I'm out of armor inventory. I think those are the stairs I came in from. Where are they? Did I come down or come up? I don't remember. I want to say I came up to get here, so those might actually be good stairs. Should probably go check to make sure. Before I go running all over the place looking for stairs that I already looked at. Would be the first time today on that one. Huh. I assumed that the ribbon did something, but I did not consider the fact that it would be like turbo resistance. Well, I guess I'll believe them. Wait, no, that's stab. God damn it. I forgot that I moved people around already. Also, I just realized that Bard was carrying an extra thing anyway. Like, he wasn't actually equipped with all of those things that he had. So actually, he had room to wear the ribbon anyway. They are very powerful in some of the Final Fantasies, yeah. Like, specifically, I can remember a ribbon in Final Fantasy Tactics that protected against a bunch of statuses and such. Not something I ever held on to all the time, but it was something. Yeah. Like, it was never super consistent about doing all of them, but it usually did a few important ones at the very least. Ironically enough, that still raised his absorb. Oh wait, no, I think this is where we came down from. Yes, it is. Yeah. Like, the narrative all just keeps fitting together. Or for Cook, really. Being the progenitor of dancers. Exactly. He has become way more useful, and he hasn't died ever since he put that ribbon on. Nobody cared who he was till he put on the ribbon. He has found his true calling. Must be a hell of a thing to gain immortality through a ribbon. This is true. That there are options there. That is up to Cook to tell us. I mean, really, all of the class outfits in this game are genderless, if you think about it. Like, about the only one that there'd be debate on would be the knight, and it's like, nah, ladies can have short hair too, and non-binaries as well can have short hair. But really, any of them can work. Where am I going? Is this all a dead end? Was this all a lie? I think I fought this bunch before. I think I'm starting to lose it. I think I've hit just that magic threshold where none of this is having meaning anymore. But I have to assume I'm quite close to where the Fiend is at this point, because these dungeons are usually about this size. They start to draw them a lot more different at that point, yeah. But for this game, they didn't really show much of a difference at all. Because even the white mage, you could swing that one either way as well. Stump's just over here looking like a football player when he's poisoned. He's about to tackle Stab, and while he's not looking. So a similar look of disappointment at the camera, just like, why am I poisoned? Yeah. Because I assume, well, yeah, part of it probably was the fact that Final Fantasy II was further along into the NES's life cycle, so they could do a bit more. That makes sense. Alright, Cook, get back in your spot all the way down there, buddy. There you go. Get back in the safety zone. You can keep on spinning. Where the hell am I going? I assume I was heading the right way when I second-guessed about the stairs. Like, it probably is just all the way at the top of the room. That's usually where these things are. Shine the light upon them. Bring light into their lair. Okay, you know, I deserved low damage for that reference. You're right, game. Just throw that one away. What happened? I blinked. I saw a big number appear and then Cook died. Did they just crit him? I have to assume they crit him. There's no other way he would have died from full health. Well, that is a great inconvenience. Nope, that's why I'm saying it's a great inconvenience, because you know what I forgot when I did all of that other traveling? I forgot that. It's okay, we have exit. Just means I'm gonna have to walk through the place again. This is why I bought exit. I just went to the wrong places looking for life, so I just forgot about it after that. And we started doing so well that it's like, nah, I don't need to worry about that. It's fine. And then he basically went from full health to dead because a ghost crit him. Because of course Cook's always the problem as far as survivability goes. We were talking too big a game about him living. He got an ego, oh Sponge is a little too hard, whacked himself in the head with a stick and then they beat him up while he was on the floor. Oh hey, Stump has magic now, and so does Stab. They have magic levels. They actually gained a lot of spell levels very quickly. Like, they gained up to level 3 and 4 with one level. Goddamn fast track over here. You've got 3 level 7 slots. Yeah. Unless life is level 3, we might still be in trouble for using life anyway. Or level 5. And it's not like I remember which store has life. Can you learn this? Nope, you can't learn heal 3. Okay, very good. I figured I'd try. Heal 3 would have been real nice, but I'm pretty sure that's... At this point, that has to be White Mage exclusive at that point. And these are useless. Okay. Oh, okay, that's not too bad then. Level 5 spells are... Elf Town? It's either Elf Town or the one right after it that had level 5, I think. Because that's also one I didn't check. Do I care enough to go get that right now? Yeah, I probably should. Means trucking all the way through this crap again, but it won't take that long to do. I gotta trudge all the way back to the airship. Imagine if we knew how to teleport. Like, we can teleport out of dungeons, we just can't teleport anywhere else. Look at it this way, at least we got to show off exit. So there's that. That was all purely for demonstration purposes. Is totally, yep. While I'm up here, before I go back into the dungeon, I'm gonna need to remember to sell the things I'm not using in the armor pool as well, so I stop juggling shit around constantly. I say as if I'm gonna have space, really, even once I sell the things I'm not using in there. I'm also starting to get hungry, so I would like to be done with this soon, but I also don't want to not deal with the Water Fiend since we're so close. There was 100% a bit of rushing I did because I knew time was passing a little too much. Oh, I could definitely see that happening, and it would be awful. I think this was level 5 magic. Huh? No, this is level 3. So if this was level 3, and level 4, because the shop in the back had level 4. That's what I was just realizing, yeah, I may have actually been there already and only went in the black mage shop, not the white magic shop. That's what I was just mentally kicking myself about. I came here specifically to go get warp. And then I didn't even look in here. Yep, there it is. I don't think you have any other level 5 slots. Yeah, you can't learn heal 2 anyway. No, he had extra level 5 slots. Yeah. You just can't learn heal 2. Well then, I may as well... Yeah, I was trying anyway. Can you learn warp? You can learn warp. I could also teach you fire 3. How about we teach you fire 3? There you go. Enjoy that. Yeah, but I already have it on Cook. That's why I was debating whether to get it or not. The thought being, it's like, well, I could use it in case Cook's dead. But if Cook's dead, I'm probably warping out of the dungeon, not just going up a level. You know? I don't think I need 2 people with it. Meanwhile, having 2 people with Fire 3, probably more useful. Now we go back to this town, go back in the submarine, and go just charge right through this dungeon as fast as I can. It's getting there, yeah. Well, no, it was there before, and now it got kind of less, and it's getting back there again, potentially. Go ahead and just heal that. So we're gonna touch the inn again to save anyway. So if something does go horribly wrong enough that everybody dies, we don't have to walk all the way back from Vampire Town. You know what I just realized? That could have just saved me some time. The guy that wanted the slab was in the Vampire Town. I could have given it to him while I was there. Yeah, I just realized that after I got back. Like, oh yeah, that was a thing I could have done, huh? Huh. Well. Damn it. I'm gonna take my anger out on this Nacho. Perish. Immediately get poisoned. I have to go back to that stupid town again. We'll do that after we deal with the dungeon. And that'll be the last thing I do today, because I do not want to forget to do that. I'm honestly surprised Cook hasn't learned to levitate yet. Like, eventually, he's just gonna be, like, levitating a foot off the ground constantly. The only physical thing he enjoys doing is dancing. Just riding around everywhere. Got used to doing it while he was a corpse anyway, you know, it just became par for the course after a while. Yeah, there's nothing else in this town. Maybe I should just pick up a spell. These spells are garbage, though. Why would I bother? Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, I should pick up a level 7 spell so those slots aren't worthless. Oh wait, they'd still be worthless because these spells are worthless. I would just eventually tempt myself into wasting a turn by them existing. I'm just not even gonna bother. Y'all are not worth it. I don't need to heal, therefore this fight is pointless. Go away. It's gonna take me longer to run away from them than it is to just kill them, isn't it? Alright, you've chosen death. I was gonna leave. You saw it. I was gonna be peaceful. I was just gonna walk away. But no, they have chosen death. Just remember, you did this. This is his war dance. Not only have you guys caused him to have to walk more, which he hates, but now he's got to deal with you Ushmucks as well. It's better than the other option where that's just like a wicked unibrow he's got going on. I'm not even gonna give this bunch a chance. The other ones ruined it for them already. Turns out peace was in fact never an option. The goose was right. Just clack the bracers together again and watch them all die. Except that one. There we go. Onward and upward. The good news is, with where we lost Cook, we actually weren't that far in on this side, so it's not that bad. This does start to tempt me more and more. Yeah, I figured it was. Like, that's one of those things where, without even looking, it's like, I know exactly what this is. Which is why I was laughing to begin with. have to assume that, like I said before, I'm not that far away from where the Water Fiend was. I just need to manage to get just a little further without Cook getting obliterated by ghosts. Give these lobsters a chance to live. There we go. They took the chance to live. Good for them. They can just go back into the water where they came from, and everybody can be happy. Not walking in the empty room this time. Already emptied these boxes. Here, I will olive branch for you guys as well. I'm gonna walk away. That's fine. Thank you. I have offered the branch of peace, and if they keep fucking around, I'm gonna slap them with it. Just dancing happily away. It seems like we're not gonna be allowed to run. He just stops. Just stops and looks right at them. And we're allowed to leave. Oof. That's a shame. Anyway, Cook almost died again. Oh yeah, the stairs were right there the whole time. We literally turned around right in front of them like I thought. God damn it. Leave Cook alone. That lobster took 78 points off of him. Now, of course, had to allow me to get poisoned, then we were allowed to leave. I see how it is. You know, the purple suit here really fits the dancer angle we're going for here with Cook, honestly. Which I still don't know why the robes are purple on the overworld, but they're blue here. Like, was he supposed to have purple robes in the field, in the battle sprite as well, and they just didn't, they couldn't make purple work against the black background? Why did I try to open the map? Also, apparently somebody else got poisoned when I wasn't looking. Stab, god damn it, man. Why are you like this? Don't you look at me like that. We're just sitting there pointing at each other like, you did this, no, you did this, no, you did this. This is your fault. You should have dodged. No, it's your fault. You should have told us to kill them before they hit me. I should have healed Cook more. He's not at full health, therefore he's in grave danger. Yeah, you know, that checks. Like, you know, we've got this one over here dancing the whole time. Clearly, it's up to them. You told me to dance, and that's still a problem. Whenever you're not dead, you're keeping them alive, yes. Damn it, Cook. Damn it, everybody! You're supposed to get away from the water elementals, not go walk into the water tornado. Apparently, just not gonna be allowed to peacefully move on here, huh? Okay. Once again, you did this. I was just gonna move right along with my day, but no. They're not even in the whirlpool. If they were in the water, I'd understand, but they're standing there looking at it. Like, ooh, look at it spinning. And then they wonder why they're soaking wet minutes afterwards. Like, I understand Cook. Cook is reminded of his staff spinning when he stares at the spinning water, but what's everybody else's excuse? Trying to, goddamn, achieve enlightenment and spin better watching the water spin. This is true. Now, if only he had a dagger that was worth giving to him, other than the cat claws that I already don't feel like going buying. No, this... Huh? No, that did go backwards. So much of this place looks the same. My brain just cannot with this anymore. I am too tired to parse all these pixels that look the same. The thing is, I feel like it shouldn't be, and that's what's bugging me, because it's not that complicated, but for some reason my brain just can't handle it anymore. Or now, nearly 7 hours in, it's just... bleh. It's just go down the stairs, go up and to the left. Go down the stairs, go up and to the left, repeatedly for the most part here. And in order to get to the mermaids, you go up to the right, down the stairs, up to the right, down the stairs. There's just a lot of needless extra rooms and bendy paths that lead fucking nowhere. So, you know what I don't understand, now that I think about it? How did I get back to those stairs? I didn't go down at any point. I was only going up. How did I get back there? Huh. But the thing is, if it was circling, it should have been circling upward because I was going up. So how did I end up at those stairs, since they're at the bottom of the room? Oh, I see what I did. It's when I went through this big room here. That's where I went wrong. The big room led back there. Okay. The one time I wasn't consistently going the same direction. Yeah. No, I figured it out looking at the room I went to. Ay, ay, ay. Because I just went back the same way I just ended up going there, and that's what made it click. God. Because over here's where I need to be, I presume, in this fucking mess. What even is this? Why are there just chunks cut out of this room? Why is any of this? Who hurt the people that made this to make them this way? At this point, I'm really starting to wonder if the people that made this were just lashing out at the world. Yeah, you know, that also checks. There we go, Stab's level 24 now. There we go, there's an exit. Just hoping this is going in a good direction. I also probably should have checked what stab spell slots look like now since he gained another level. Same with Bard's, because I hadn't looked at his after his level either. I remember when I used to be excited about them gaining levels and I would always check what spells they gain and everything. I miss those days. I miss the days of caring what happened. That's kind of the thing, yeah. Which is a shame. But it kind of happens in almost every RPG, honestly. You hit a point where it's like, oh, I have all of the good things now. Okay, looks like he gained a couple of lower ones possibly, and that was about it. You still only have one of everything, so you gained absolutely nothing from 24. Very good. On Fiend. Hey, finally. Let's get everybody up to top shape and let's get this over with. This is the real deal, kids. No fucking around this time. The Fiend's ball is shattered, evaporating all the water. How foolhardy to dare challenge me, Kraken the Fiend of Water. Nothing for you to use there, just hit it. You got any toys? I don't remember. You do have defense. But we're gonna have Bard giving everybody the evasion bonus anyway. Because he's got the AoE evasion. Is 2. You, for your first trick... We're gonna warp away. No. Make Stump fast. Yeah, exactly. You can't see you the fuck later. I'm out of here. Well, did a great job of dodging that. 97 on a crit, huh? That's a bit of a yikes. Anyway, it's time for Lightning 3. And Lightning 3. Because I would assume this is weak to lightning. Maybe not. That was not that impressive. Stop critting Stump. Ooh. 6 hits at a Stump there. And it's dead. Anyway, that was a Fiend, I guess. This is the funny thing. We just keep bodying the Fiends. Cook did finish the Kraken off. None of the Fiends have defeated us. Like, they have managed to take lives. But that time, nobody even got really badly hurt. Stump took, like, 2 hits, shrugged them off, and then everybody just beat the shit out of the Kraken. That felt good, I'll be honest. Because I was actually genuinely worried the Fiends were gonna get a lot stronger and they were gonna actually be, like, seriously threatening still. And then that happened. Where the Kraken got turned into calamari before it even knew what was happening. I am admittedly disappointed that the invisibility didn't work. The invisibility straight up just didn't cause any dodges. I mean, that's pretty par for the course in a lot of RPGs earlier on especially. Where the levels are designed to grind you down and then the boss will finish you off. And if you're not ground down, then you just are fine. Huh. That was not a game I expected to see there. Where were we gonna go? Yeah, I did manage to down a Fiend. Oh wait, I did almost forget to do a thing. Because Because I said I was gonna go turn in the tablet before I stopped, so I didn't forget. Let me go turn in the tablet. And that'll be the last thing we do today. It does mean walking all the way back to the fucking airship, but it's fine. It's important to do. This way we'll be in position for doing more next week. Where did this stuff come from? Did the world get stronger because I killed the fiend? What? I don't know what this is. Blast it with lightning. Kill it with fire. We just rested at the end. You shouldn't be tired. But I've been dancing for days. Well, you're gonna keep dancing for more days. Hey, stump level 24. Hooray. Did you get any spell slots for level 24? You sure didn't. Anyway, meow. Back to the shitty vampire town again. At least I got here immediately this time. The town with a doctor, but no clinic. A slab. This slab will lead us to solve the riddle of the Elefinish. Now listen to me. He didn't tell me anything. Now he's back to warriors, revive the orbs. Well, so glad that was worth our time. I'm sure we somehow actually can understand them now, but still. It just seems so anticlimactic. But either way, like I said, that'll be it for today, because we're at about 7 hours in, and that is a little bit longer than I'd originally intended. I had originally intended to stop at, like, the 5 or 6 hour mark, and then I just kept stubborning on, because I'm like, but I'm right here. I may as well do the thing. This way I get one fiend at least today. Depending on how the next session goes, I assume this is either going to be like 2 or at worst 3 more sessions to finish. Is this was session 3? So in theory we're not too awfully far, but we'll see. This is how we got stuck a few times. Yeah, because in theory, Final Fantasy 1 is listed at like 15 and a half. Yeah. And we're already past that, but again, there were issues. Okay. And the rest of it's just going through the motions and dealing with the fights. Which, there's one fiend, and theoretically, I'm assuming one dungeon after the last fiend, probably, to do after that. Yeah. We might go there, possibly. I'm looking through my list to decide where I'm taking us to today. No, actually no, we might not go there because I'm probably going to be running off soon after raiding out because I want to go eat. I was gonna say, I have to assume there are clues to it. If there aren't, I'm going to have some real strong questions once again for the people that made this goddamn game. Which is why I'm not saying that there's no way there wouldn't be any hints to that or anything. I could absolutely believe that they would, for some fucking reason, not have information. I do remember something like that being a thing people did. Was using, like, protractors and rulers to find it. It's like you're given, like, a specific, like, latitude or line or something to track it by. I have a vague memory of some nonsense like that. I'm planning to go eat soon after. Maybe I'll go with one of my usuals. But you know what? It's been a bit since we've been over there as well, so maybe. Yeah, not too deep in and doing the remake, so that'll be interesting. Sure, we'll go with that. Sounds good, Jess. You take care. Thank you for helping out today, as always. Go ahead and get the timer started. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. We will do more Hollow Knight tomorrow, as usual. Thursday, it's looking like I'm going to be just kind of doing my own thing, because I didn't get anything too big arranged for Thursday. Friday will be the next Archipelago, like I mentioned. And then Saturday, I don't 100% know what I'm going to do. It may very well be Archipelago Part 2, because the game I've chosen this go-around is going to be a bit longer. So I may very well end up doing a solo segment to finish off the Archipelago. So potentially, at the very least. It depends on how all the progression and everything ends up looking. If we don't do Archipelago Part 2 Saturday, it'll probably end up being next Friday that I finish that off. We'll see how it ends up working out. It may very well also get done off camera, depending on how things line up, and how interesting that ends up being for this particular one. But be good to Irish, choose good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everyone.